Okay, we're ready now.
Thank you. This time we will call to order the City Council meeting of March 21st, 2022. Before we move to closed session, is there anything you want to say, City Attorney?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. If the City Council so moves, it will go into closed session to discuss those items which are agendized for closed session. That would be item number 1, public employee evaluation pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, title City Manager. And number 2, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation pursuant to Government Code Section 54596.9B, one potential case. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to move to closed session?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
A motion, a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Against? Motion carries 5-0.
Good evening.
I'm gonna use that one.
I knew John was back when I thought
Okay, great. Thank you. Is that on the agenda? I took 150 celebration.
I was going to bring up my informational report, but I thought I would mention.
Okay.
Should be supposed to get all the information over to you guys.
Okay. I was just gonna do my 3-minute thing.
Something else is going to be on the agenda. It's public tonight, which is the city's historical commission. Historical Society certainly wants to. It's going to be something ultimately, but. Fine.
Too much.
Do I need to put one of these in for budgets and what have you, or we're automatically going to be part of that?
Easy and Tina,
That's all?
yeah.
Okay.
At this time, we're going to resume the meeting of March 21st, 2022. Councilmember Resendez, will you please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Ready, flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Vice Mayor Perez,
Present.
Councilmember Resendez,
Here.
Councilmember Morales,
Present.
Councilmember Burns,
Here.
Mayor Velazquez,
Here.
Police Chief Reynoso,
Here.
City Manager Miller,
Here.
City Attorney Epperson.
Here.
The agenda for the City of Hollister City Council regular meeting of March 21st, 2022 was posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 16th, 2022 at 4:45 PM per Government Code Section 54954.2.
Thank you. City Attorney, will you please report out from closed session?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The city council moved to go into closed session. It went into closed session to discuss those items, which I read into the record prior to the closed session and appear on the agenda. Direction was given to staff. There was no other reportable action, and the city council recessed from closed session at 6:30 PM. That's all, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. We are now going to we're going to recess to the Joint Financing Authority meeting. So this time I'm going to call to order the City of Hollister Joint Powers Financing Authority special meeting on March 21st, 2022. Roll call, please. Here. Here.
Here.
Here.
Here. Here.
Here.
Amended agenda for the Joint Powers Financing Authority special meeting of March 21st. Posted on the bulletin board at City Hall on March 17th, 2022 at 9 AM per Government Code Section 549.
Thank you. Now we're going to move to item 1.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. This item is to issue about $20 million in financing for our roads and our alleys. If you remember back when we did our budget, staff requests that we bring back some financing so that we can start finishing and improving our roads. This will help us pretty much get there right to the point where we should have all our roads in pristine shape, including our alleys. So I actually have Eileen from Stiefel on the line and James from Jones Hall, our bond counsel. So if I can have them brought up, and I'll have Eileen and James explain how the financing is working.
This is Eileen Gallagher from Stiefel, the bond underwriter working with the city. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great. I'll give you a quick overview of the financing, and then if James is on the line, I'll let him add a little color as well. So the financing before you today is to finance, as Brett mentioned, approximately 20 million of road improvements. In order to do that, the financing is set up as a leaseback structure where certain leased assets that the city owns are leased to the Joint Powers Authority and then leased back, rented back over time. And that rental payments, those lease payments paid semi-annually, are used to make the debt service payments on the bonds. They are assigned to the trustee to be paid to the bond holders. That's the mechanism by which the city can use the leased assets for that purpose. The leased assets are going to be some package of city-owned assets. Presently, we were looking at using the city's police station and corporation yard. Because of some feedback we're getting from the rating agencies, we may replace the police station with a park and the fire station number 1. So we're working on that now. So the actual assets that are leased may be replaced, but the concept is the same regardless of the type of assets that we're using. The financing then, the bond holders purchase the bonds and then they get the right to the lease payments that the city will be making. The key covenants that the city will be making, the authority will be making, are the covenant to make semi-annual payments for the lease, including the payments in the annual budgets of the city, and appropriating payments, budgeting and appropriating the lease payments from any legally available funds while the city has use and occupancy of those leased assets. So the package of documents that you're approving are the various legal documents that effectuate that concept. In addition, the official statement, which describes the security, and that's what we use as a bond underwriter. We use that to send to potential investors describes the legal structure. It describes the city and the sources of revenues available to pay the bonds. It describes any potential risks that an investor should know about in order to make an informed purchasing decision. And then once the pricing is completed, it will include the interest rates and principal amounts at which the bonds are sold. So that's a high-level summary of the financing structure. I don't know if there are questions, or if James, if you want to jump in and add anything additional.
Yeah, James Rosiniak at Jones Hall is here, and if it pleases the mayor and the council, I'm happy to just give a little bit more of the legal color that Eileen Gallagher provided from Stiefel. And it's in the staff report and various agenda documents as well. But, you know, again, at the high level, it's a leaseback transaction involving the Hollister Joint Powers Financing Authority, for which the city council serves as the governing board. So think about it like the successor agency to the redevelopment agency, for example. It's just another separate legal entity that was created some years ago between the city and the redevelopment agency, essentially for this sole purpose, which is to facilitate financings on behalf of the cities, the city of Hollister. Joint powers financing authorities have certain additional powers under the government code that the city does not have, and that's the benefit for creating the financing authority and utilizing it to issue the bonds in this situation. As Eileen mentioned, though, the real security is lease payments payable from the city's general fund. So that's really what the bondholders will be looking at for their repayment to loan the city up front, this $20 million or so. And as identified in the staff report, there are a number of legal documents of some length. So apologies for that, but the indenture of trust is the key legal document pursuant to which the bonds are issued by the financing authority. We'll set forth the terms and the repayment interest rates and principal once those are known, once we go to the marketplace and actually sell the bonds here in a couple of weeks. The site lease is the agreement between the city and the financing authority, where that basket of city property will be leased over to the financing authority in exchange for an upfront payment that can be used for the road projects. And then in turn, under the lease agreement, those city leased assets are leased back from the financing authority back to the city. So there's no loss of control from the city's perspective. It's simply a lease back that allows us to pursue the financing using this structure. But at all times, legal title remains with the city. And again, the city continues use and occupancy pursuant to the lease agreement. The assignment agreement assigns those lease payments payable by the city over to the bond trustee. So the bond trustee can pay the bondholders. The official statement, as Eileen mentioned, is the document pursuant to which the bonds are actually marketed and sold to the public. So think about it as a prospectus. It describes the city and the city's general fund so that investors understand what credit they're buying into. And the continuing disclosure certificate or agreement is part of that package. And the city will provide, ongoing financial statements, certain other disclosures, which the city is already doing with respect to other of its financings that it's done in the past. And finally, the bond purchase contract or bond purchase agreement is the document pursuant to which the bonds are sold from the financing authority to Stiefel, and then Stiefel actually further sells them on to members of the public that are interested in buying. So that's what the bond purchase agreement does. So those are the various documents, and hopefully that is helpful to the mayor and council.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions from council? Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, thank you for working and moving this forward. I'm really excited about this, but I also have to admit, I'm probably the only one in the room that knows nothing about bonds. So I spent a lot of my weekend doing research and reading the about 200-page document in the council packet. It was really good at helping me sleep. I do want to know, however, what is our bond rating and how is that factored into this? And what type of interest are we physically going to be paying on this $20 million loan?
Yeah, all that, I mean, I know those answers, but it's best to come from, Eileen, can you answer that?
Yes, sure. So the city, Brett and the rest of the financing team made a presentation to Standard & Poor's, which is one of the rating agencies and the rating agency for which we've solicited a rating on the city's bonds. We are waiting to hear back from S&P still on the rating. We expect it to be in either a single A or double A category. And if it's in the single A category, we will seek bond insurance, which is typically double A rated. So one way or the other, we're hoping to be in that A or double A rating category. We'll know here in a few days. The interest rate assumptions, we won't know the actual interest rates until the day of sale when those get locked in, but we've obviously estimated where interest rates are. The analysis that we provided previously to the city, assuming a $20 million projects funds, we were looking at interest rates last week when we were talking to the rating agencies, where the coupons would be in the 4% range, and the yields, the effective economic cost of the debt, would range depending on how long the borrowing term would be. So unlike a mortgage where you pay one interest rate for the full loan, we chop the financing into serial maturities and longer maturities and target those amounts to different investor audiences. So as of last week, the interest rates ranged, the overall borrowing cost was approximately 3.15%. However, we ran it with a 50 basis point interest rate cushion, so 0.5%, because if you've been watching the news lately, you know that the financial markets have been quite volatile. And in fact, the interest rates have risen by about 85 basis points on the long end of the yield curve since January 1st of 2022. So we've had a steep rise in interest rates here in the last 2 or 3 months. And from on a day-to-day basis, they're up, they're down, they're bouncing around as different factors get digested by the investor audience. Last week, the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee met and raised the short-term interest rate by 25 basis points and announced an expectation of 6 more interest rate increases over the course of 2022. So that's part of what's feeding the rising rates, as are the general inflationary pressures, as are the geopolitical events unfolding in Europe right now. And so for that reason, we've been running a cushion in our interest rate assumptions. So depending on how quickly we get into the market, we won't know for sure until we do that. While I've described to you a pretty steep increase in interest rates, we're coming off all-time historic lows. So in August of 2020, all of the financial interest rates in the municipal bond markets were at the long-time lowest rates ever seen in our markets. And from that, we're about 100 basis points, 1% higher in yield. So we're still at rates that are attractive relative to the prior times the city has borrowed money in the capital markets. And in any kind of historic comparison, they're still a pretty favorable time. So while we've had a bumpy couple months here, every issuer that's come to market so far this year is glad that they came when they came and they didn't wait, because we don't know where rates are going to be tomorrow or next week, but there's certainly a lot of indications that rates will be rising further here this year.
Thank you, Ms. Gallagher. Also, I heard you talk about how the city was, I guess, going to put up the courtyard and the police station as what I would use in lay terms collateral.
Yes.
But now those sites are going to shift. In some regard, I'm kind of glad to hear that we're not going to put the PD out there. But why is it shifting, and what's the real value for the collateral?
Yeah, and so when we're choosing assets to use as for that lease, we care about a couple of things. We care about the value of the assets and the resiliency of the assets, and the essentiality of the assets. So those 3 components. And so something like a police station or a fire station is high on the essentiality factor. So if an investor is worried about the city's willingness to pay, the odds of you paying for to keep the police station, under your use on a regular basis is probably higher than it might be for, say, a pool or something like that. So the essentiality, we try to choose assets that are, very important to the city. From a value, we're looking for assets that in aggregate exceed the amount of the borrowing, so that the rental payments are fair in terms of what the market value of that asset might be. And then the third dimension is the resiliency. So we look at risks to the asset themselves, flood risk, seismic risk, etc. The rating agency has a engineering model it uses to look at the seismic vulnerability of particular assets. And so their first blush reaction looking at the police department was that it wasn't passing their test. And so we're looking for some more data on the design and construction standards by which the police station was built, and hoping that will satisfy their model. And if it doesn't, then we will look to other assets. We know that fire station number 1 passed their seismic test, but it's just much lower in value in terms of its insurance value and the acreage on which it sits. And so in that event, we may replace the police station with a combination of fire station number 1 and one of the city's parks. So it'll be a mix of, satisfying those 3 dimensions: essentiality, resiliency, and value.
Thank you. I guess my final question is, in my research, it's my understanding that municipalities default in these payments on these bonds about 1/2%. Is that factually accurate?
I don't know the specific statistics, but it's exceptionally unusual. And because of that, that's partly why the ratings are so high for most municipal borrowers. Because
Go ahead.
The payments will be made.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate your thoughts, your comments. Mr. Miller,
Sure.
thank you for pushing this forward. Mayor, thanks for allowing me to comment. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Yeah, Mayor, if I can add too, we're talking about the interest rates rising, but also remember that cost of materials, labor is rising at a higher rate. So that's why we want to get in there and get these things done now before it becomes price prohibited.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? Councilmember Morales?
Thank you. Can you talk about whether we are or thinking about leveraging SB1 funds for a lot of these, because that money was specifically for the projects that we're looking. And then I see that Measure G for more so collateral, to put it in layman's terms, but can you talk a little bit about that and how that's going to work?
Yeah, we can, we have different pots of money that we can use. The general fund, Measure G, and SB1. You can also, you're allowed to borrow against your future SB1 funds. But remember, we did put money aside each year as part of a reserve program for roads. So like I said, all those 3 funds are able to be used to pay this debt. And we will be also needing those funds in the future. Once we do all this work, the main thing to do is stay on top of the maintenance so that we don't have to do this again. And that's where we will be using excess funds of general fund money or excess SB1 funds and also the Measure G funds to be able to maintain these roads at the level that they're supposed to be. Did that answer your question?
Any other questions? Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, I guess I totally support this. It seems good in my layman terms, but my question is more to having a list of what we're going to be using this money for, and hopefully I don't shock any of you guys, but it's alleys on this list, because every time I hear streets, I don't see alleys.
Right.
So if there's wording in here that's going to consist of streets, I would like that also to say /alleys. That's my only thing.
We will do. Yeah, because that is the intent, street and alleys.
Okay, just want to clarify.
Correct.
Thank you. Any other questions? Do we have any speaker cards?
We have one speaker, Savon Quesada.
Oh, I can you also believe you. I know we're talking about paper, right? you know, but the idea is we're spending paper like we're spending paper. We just built a $40 million walkway over there in the river when we could have did it as a project together like a community for free.
Sir, do you have a question on this item?
Now the idea comes to where, you know, the matter of more paper. What's the idea of having any kind of financial ability when nothing is destined? We have so much ideas that are empty inside Hollister with so many bold community members. What ideas are we sharing with our future and the members of our youth? What is going on here with our city? Because we are so bold, so brilliant, so brave, but yet where are we? We don't even have a community center with a basketball court. That's embarrassing. I come from a community that are go-getters, that are game changers, that want more, and more we are. Coming together here is just such an idea, like the idea that fentanyl is such a big billboard right there. Why aren't we coming together and putting words like brave and bold? I have an idea that we should come together and rent 3 advertising buildings right here, like that are on Hollister, and we come together and we write words like that. I'm not here to speak about how bad of a mayor this is, because he is. Look what he's doing to us. Look at Rancho and those swim ponds that he's having full of, I think it's manure, right? Right across the street from a school, from a gym, from the idea of our condition. What a great mayor you are. Filling our city full of nothing but nonsense. Really, Mayor. And how the idea you sit up there on a council and our people are here wanting more, and where are you going? Somewhere else, because the direction that we're headed doesn't seem to be too much in the direction you are. And I say that with great respect, Mr. Mayor, but please let the idea of our community come together and shine the idea that we are when we are together, just like a community.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
Clearly, it is election year again. Fortunately, all that information is accurate. But I do want to talk about this item because it's a very important item. Something we have been working on for several years to get to this point. I can remember early on when our credit rating was in the Bs. I think it was triple negative B, or I can remember as we started paying down debt, watching that credit rating move up and start getting prepared so we can finally get projects done in our community. The road projects have been a conversation for years because they are incredibly, incredibly expensive. And when we first had the study done, because at the time, only $800,000 were being allocated towards roads because that's what we thought we could use from the gas tax. When the study came back and pointed out that we needed at least $4 to $5 million a year just to keep up and much more to get ahead, I think that's the day council woke up to the fact that we need to get moving on this. And I must say thank you to this council, because about a year ago, we worked hard to get the last plans in place, shifting VLF funds to make sure they're going to be used for roads. That's a big part of how this is happening. The community for Measure G, because Measure G is going to be used on this, SB1. So the project total is not 20 million, we're looking at a $30 million overall project. When we use SB1 funds, Measure G, and the road tax, that's how we're getting so much of this done. Our rating currently is 74, which is actually above average, higher than any surrounding community. But the goal is to get us to about 85. And that is basically unheard of in local government. But I also want to say thank you to Supervisors Colin Kosmicki and Supervisor Bob Tiffany, because we have been talking together over the last year and a half about partnering on roads that really affect our entire community. And they're in the same process right now. So you're going to see major improvements happening in the county. Sometimes people don't realize that a lot of the roads that are really in poor shape are really county. But I can tell you with their commitment to work together and what their projects are, we're going to see roads change here. So this is a big, big deal. And again, it's taken several years to get to this point. City Manager, I want to thank you because we've been having this conversation for years on how we can get ourselves financially sound so we can actually finally make this big move. And I think today we're finally here. So thank you so much for that. With that, is there a motion? to
So
approve?
moved.
So moved.
I think Mr. Perez called the motion first, sir. Did I hear you?
Yeah, sure.
Mr. Perez, do you want a second, sir?
Gladly. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, motion is second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. I'm sorry, Mr. Morales, did you vote? 5-0, motion carries 5-0.
Thank you very much. And then you will see this item a second time for when the city votes for it.
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion to adjourn?
Move to adjourn.
There's a motion to adjourn. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. 5-0. This time we will reconvene the city council meeting. And we will now move to the consent agenda. Are there any items council would like to pull?
Mayor Velazquez, Tim Burns, A4, please.
A4. Are there any others? Do we have any from the public?
No, there are none from the public.
Thank you. Is there?
More money coming out of the general fund. That's all it is. More money out of the general
Sir,
fund.
please. Please, sir.
Can I speak, buddy?
No. Item A3. Okay. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
We have no speaker cards on consent.
Thank you.
I didn't get time for a card, but I'll speak about it.
Sir, go ahead. Which item?
Do I have the floor? Because I just want to make sure that, you know, the words are spoken.
Yes, sir, not from down there. You have to come up here. Is there an item you'd like to pull? That's what we asked first.
You said number 4, right? I'm just excited to be here to speak to my
I don't
community.
know.
Even
Sir,
even the amount that we are here.
Sir, the
we're still
question is,
awesome.
which item you'd like to speak on? So
Mr.
we can
Mayor,
move
you know,
on.
when I see money and coming from the general fund, I want to speak about it all day and night.
Well,
Like,
very-
you know, the ideas that you are coming with, Mr. Mayor, I mean, every single idea comes from the general fund. I mean, like, really, like what's going on with the fund?
Thank you.
I
sir.
mean, how many destinations have you really inspired the city with, Mayor?
Thank you, sir.
I'm just asking.
All right. We're
I believe I have the
going-
floor to ask questions and to get answers because answers you do and solutions we need.
You don't have the floor, sir. We asked you if you're an item you wanted to talk about,
What kind,
and you're not talking about any.
what kind of items are these?
They're
We got 70% of women sleeping in the river.
Very important items.
70% when we just spent $40 million on a pathway. Take a garbage bag and take some food because you're going to be feeding homeless and picking up garbage. Come on, community. We are
Thank
bold.
you, sir.
Let's come together and be what we are, a future.
Thank you,
Really.
sir.
You laugh and you giggle, Mr. Mayor,
I
but you're
understand
leading us
you're-
to
you're-
darkness and the idea is that we are light. And you are just becoming something of like, what are you doing already?
Each and every year we do this.
You know what, Mr. Mayor, you're right. Every
Thank you, sir. Is there a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I move to adopt the consent agenda items as presented, other than items A3 and A4.
Thank you, sir. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries. We'll move now to item A3. That was yours, Mr. Perez.
Of course, yes, it's so dramatic.
So I'd like to know why we're paying $119 for these, I guess it's the rally t-shirts from 2021.
Yeah, we did. I don't know if you saw the farmer's market last year. We sold T-shirts out there, and then we have to pay the state the sales tax on
Okay,
those shirts.
cool.
No problem.
Thank you. Any other questions? Is there a motion?
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second,
Motion a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
yes, aye.
Motion carries. 401. We'll move now to item A4.
Thank you, Mayor. City manager, city clerk. I'm wondering, I reviewed this in the council packet, and there was an indication that this may be a city vehicle at fault. And I did see where the highway patrol apparently took a report on it, but I didn't have access to the report. And so I don't know, but if the report confirmed the city being the primary cause at fault, why would we move this forward? And there's a lot of assumption there on my behalf, I know, but I can only know what I've seen. And so, and also in the future, I would like to see, I don't know if I have the legal right to see the copy of the report that was generated by the highway patrol as well. But if we are at fault, why would we not just move forward to pay this?
Yeah, with these, we always reject them. Starts the clock on statute limitations. But it also then puts it over to our risk pool, which then we'll negotiate with the insurance companies for them and find out exactly who truly was at fault based on the reports, and then also that there's legitimate claims being filed. So it's part of their part of our process to get it over to our risk management.
And I understand that, but I heard you say we always, and so what happens if we don't always?
Then we would just pay the claim straight out, but then that's what we're not maybe paying the correct amount. So that's what we want it turned over to the risk pool so that they will find out and make sure we are paying the appropriate fair amount on the claim.
Okay. Chief, do you have any follow-up thoughts on this?
As far as the report is concerned, I think the law does allow for the owners of the vehicles, and in this situation, it was a city vehicle, so that we can make the report available. And I think it would show that the city vehicle was at fault, but there is a concern in regards to how much the amount is that is being asked for, and that's why the insurance pool would be the appropriate place for it to go to negotiate what a fair amount would be.
Okay, I thank you, Chief. That helps to explain it. Thank you, Mr. Miller, as well. So I have no further questions, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Is there go ahead. Yeah.
So, and thank you for clarifying that. So when there is damages done to a business or property, usually the business files a claim with the city, the city denies it, and then it's sent to risk management for evaluation, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt consent, sorry,
Oh, no, go ahead, by all means.
move to adopt consent item A4.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
All right. Motion carries. Thank you very much. Now we're going to move to public input. This is time for anyone in the audience to speak on any item not on the agenda and within the subject matter jurisdiction of the council. Speaker cards are available in the lobby and are to be completed and given to city clerk before speaking. When the city clerk calls your name, please come to the podium, state your name and city for the record, and speak to the city council. If you are joining us by Zoom, please click on the bottom of your screen to raise your hand. If you are joining us by Zoom using a cell phone, please press *9. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes with a maximum of 30 minutes per subject. Please note the state law prohibits the city council from discussing or taking action on any item not on the agenda. Do we have any cards?
Yes. The first speaker is Anita Kane.
Good evening, council members. Anita Kane, board member of the San Benito County Historical Society, and I wanted to express my support for the creation or the recreation of the Historic Preservation Commission. Too often we see historic structures needlessly demolished or altered in such a way as to destroy their historic fabric, which is a shame. The way a community respects its history reflects on it either in a negative way, which we don't want, or a positive way. And a positive way would be a thriving historic district that comes about as a result of respecting the historic fabric and doing what needs to be done to preserve it. So that's an economic draw to a community, and that's what everybody wants. We want to protect as well as pay the way by being more of an economic draw. So the Historic Society looks forward to hearing more about how this Historical Preservation Commission is going to move forward to protect our historic buildings. And we anticipate participating in the development of a meaningful commission that will do that work. So many times we see a commission that is hate to use the word cookie cutter, but it needs to be meaningful. It needs to be significant, and we would certainly be in support of that. And I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
John Rogel.
And I too would like to address the City Historical Commission. And good evening, council members. I am John Roble, and I am also on the board of the San Benito County Historical Society. So the city of Hollister seems really good at providing lip service for the many historic structures and other assets of our community. Seems like we have a few historic signs. Say we have a historic downtown area. They're faded and covered in bird whatever and other good things like that that are kind of small and hardly even noticeable. And we have maybe a couple of paragraphs on the city's website talking about a little bit of the long and varied history of our great city. And a date on the sign as you come into town that says we were incorporated in 1872. Meanwhile, meaningful support for maintaining the historical features and ambiance of our many historic structures just seem to be lacking. One has to wonder, city planners even have a list of the structures designated as contributing to either one of the two historic districts. And where is the encouragement to restore the many buildings of historical age to their former historical glory? We have to wonder if the city is aware of the fact that we even have two historical districts. It's imperative that a historic commission be formed. However, the expectations spelled out in previous commission documents are daunting and need to be revisited. As previously written, the requirements would take the time of several people full-time to complete these requirements. It seems that finding people to fill this commission effectively may be difficult. Who would like to have a full-time job that has no compensation? Funding needs to be found to provide appropriate historical professional inventory. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have a speaker on Zoom, Susan Logue. We will go ahead and unmute you.
Yes, I'm sorry. Hi there. This is Susan Logue, Hollister resident and a president of the Friends of the Library. I'm looking forward to coming to see you all soon in person. Thank you so much for being there and being our city representatives. Recently, we had the Friends of the Library Tea and Treasures, which supports the library, and all the monies go to the library directly. It was very successful. It was yesterday, and everybody had a great time. And so this helps the city and helps the city community too, because so many of the users are from the city. So I just wanted to share that with you, and I hope to see some of the city representatives there next year. Also, I'm very excited about the Historic Society. I think it's a great idea to have more input from the Historic Society in regards to the buildings in San Benito County that are so beautiful. And also, I look forward to the 150 celebration in August on the 6th, 2022. That'll be the 150 year for the city of Hollister. Very exciting. So thank you so much.
Thank you. Did we have another
Um,
card coming?
There are no more speaker cards and no speakers on Zoom.
Go ahead, sir.
We're talking about historical. Isn't this the same mayor that
Can
was
you-
selling
can you go-
historical
can you-
pieces like the Dove Bell Park at Dove Park, the Bell? Wasn't he selling it on government.com? Him and that other, person that was into.
Go and
finances
go
here.
to the microphone and you can
Wasn't
tell your
this the
story.
mayor that was selling our historical stuff on properties and parks and private properties and just like taking it, just like, now you're trying to like what? I mean, I really enjoy that you're here because the library, the woman that comes, she's come with picket signs. Look at our library. Why are we talking about our library? You laugh up there, Mayor, because like you have no agenda that makes sense.
Okay, sir.
No logic, no sense, no
Thank you.
head.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Go ahead, sir.
Go ahead with what? The ball's in your court. You're our mayor. So when are you going to start acting like it and believing that you're something more greater as a mayor? You're building, look at the ideas that he's building for our city. Don't we care about our youth? Really, we had more things to do when I was younger here. Now you can't even do anything but seems to do like, Mr. Mayor, what destinations have you built here? You're giving builders that are messing up $20,000, doing this with money and coming out the general fund. It's like, come on, man, what's going on here? Isn't this your city you're leading? Aren't you the mayor? You have nothing to say about that? No? That says a lot about you, Mr. Mayor, because the idea is to take leadership. And what are you leading? Not us. Because my community right here, we're full of bold, brilliance, and brave. And that's the idea of our future. For sure. And you have nothing to say about that? You can't even give a clap offering or put your hands to the importance that we're all destined for. But you smile. I don't get it, Mr. Mayor. Like, what is it? Are you just going to shake your head up and down? Come on, community. That's our mayor. He can't even stand solid in his own ground and rooted in his community that he's supposed to be leading. Not to mention, the only idea I see he is leading is that the trucks that are delivering the garbage, they're back on track. Go to Fairview, they're back on track, hauling all that garbage from all those other communities over here because that empire that they're building out there, rest assured, the mayor, mayor. Wow. Not to mention Roland as well, like, what are you doing in your district? You're building these things, these ideas cost millions of dollars and they're awful. You tell community members that are buying homes that it's the nicest area, thanks for the Dollar Tree. Where's the parks? Where's the community inspire? Where's the color? Where's the idea? You hung the flag for how long?
Thank you very much. Do we have any other speaker cards?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. We're going to now move to item D1. City manager's report.
Thank you. Only thing I have is a request that we move G6 right after E1, if that's okay with the council.
G6 E1.
That way staff can go back onto patrol.
Is that all right with the council?
It's fine.
I'm fine with that, Mayor.
G6 to E1. After E1.
Correct.
So it'll be E2. Okay, sir. How about D2?
Nothing to report at this time.
Thank you. So we'll now move to item E1.
Sorry, so this is the city portion of the lease revenue bonds. And so have Eileen and James still on the line if you have any more questions for them, but this is more of a formality to have the city also approve it.
Thank you. Any other questions from council? No, at this time I will open to public hearing. Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards and no speakers on Zoom.
Thank you. This time we will close public hearing. Is there a motion from council or do you have a comment, sir?
I do, Mayor. I just wanted to get clarity. I thought in the initial presentation that we were talking about $20 million and I see here not to exceed 25. Can I get some clarification? Maybe I
Yeah,
misheard it.
just as they work out the bond sales, it just gives them and bond costs that we just have some wiggle room just to make sure that we get the best price on the market.
Thank you. And just for my comfort level, regardless of whether it be 20 to 25 million, we have the financial capacity to make the payments as required.
Correct.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Move to adopt resolution number 2022-40.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you again.
Oh, aye, sorry.
So I'm going to actually, the next item, the motion carried 5-0. The item that was asked to be moved forward. Talk about F, probably F1 because E1 is public hearings. So we need to move that to F. Yeah, G6 would move.
G6,
You want us to move that before F1? Is that the
if
request?
you could.
Okay. Is that all right with council?
Yes.
All right, we'll go ahead and hear item G6.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council. My name is Stacy Esqueda. I'm an officer with the Hollister Police Department. My position currently with the department is as the mental health officer. The mental health officer is a paid position through San Benito County Behavioral Health Department with funds from the Mental Health Services Act. And one of the things that we have been collaborating on is a need to help support our special needs individuals. It is actually an area that behavioral health doesn't typically support them with. So one of the items that we wanted to try to address is that demographic and the needs that the police officers can help support them with in their families. So what we ended up coming up with was a special needs registry. I have a presentation that I also have some information for the council, if the council would like, that I brought with me as well, that you could also take with you. And I do have a representative with behavioral health standing by if there is questions further regarding the collaboration between the police department and behavioral health as well for the SAFE program. But the special needs registration would be a free safety tool for Hollister police officers to help loved ones with special needs. Thank you, Paul. And what it would do, our goal is to try to get individuals that have special needs to have a registry with the department that would be in our database with our reporting software to increase mutual awareness and understanding and to communicate between first responders and the special needs community. At this point in time, we don't have that. We have a gap in that service to our community. So this would help support it whenever we have an individual that goes missing or is found from in our community, that we could help reunify them with their family members. The purpose is a lot like what I just provided, is that the intention is to have police officers be able to more quickly and more expeditiously recognize and respond to the community member with special needs, and to have that registry form that actually identifies some of what their needs are and where they would actually help reunify them with their family members. Of course, it's a no-cost service to our residents, and families and caregivers can voluntarily sign these individuals up by just obtaining an application with the department. We will also have that on our website as well, so it can be readily available. We're also going to have registration nights that I'll discuss in a moment. The information will be collected and entered into our database for officers to access during any emergency contacts. So the information that would help us save time in trying to provide that reunification and understanding of how to engage these individuals. We have a large majority of individuals that have a need, whether that be on the autism spectrum, individuals with dementia, Alzheimer's, people that have traumatic brain injuries, or suffer from PTSD, that sometimes when they're engaging with officers, it can be difficult for officers to understand what their needs are and what their goals are. So the process would be pretty straightforward. You would obtain a copy of the registry, and you could get that online, or you could come to the police department. We're also, like I said, going to have some registration nights that will come out to the community and do that in person. Well, we also have an intention to do that at the school level, because we do have individuals within our schools that also need this. So we want to try to make sure that we have multiple times and ways to be able to provide this resource. The information in the registry itself would have the emergency contact of the individual, any medical information that would be pertinent to obtain any further medical services needed, if there's any safety or behavioral concerns, any accommodations that would be needed for their physical needs or for communication. And then also if the individual is a missing persons, how can we identify them? Our registry would also house a photograph of the individual and making sure that we stay up to date on that database. The submission, once completed, would be housed within the police department and be scanned inside our database. So we would have access to that as patrol officers. Our first registration night, we're going to be coupling with San Andreas Regional Center, which is a resource for these individuals, as well as a program that we found called If I Need Help. .org. They are a nonprofit organization from Southern California that it is a little bit of a dual layered service for the registration. But what they do is they provide families with a QR code that they can put on their loved ones' clothing, shoes. They also have ID bracelets or necklaces that they could wear. So if they did get lost, and even if they were outside of our jurisdiction, you could use your phone to run the QR code and be able to populate their information and provide some resources to law enforcement or to first responders to help them. But the first registration night would be on Wednesday, April 6th at our Veterans Memorial Building from 6:30 to 8. And these two resources will be on hand for us as well in order to answer questions and to help support. The website will have the registration, as I mentioned, so that can be pre-filled out and ready to go upon registration, or they can bring it into the police department and an officer will be assigned to work with them in order to help take care of the obtaining of the photograph and just confirming the registration request. That is my portion for this program. Any questions from the council?
Thank you.
Or any clarifications?
Is there any questions? Councilmember Burns, go ahead.
Mayor, thank you. Officer, thank you. Probably 3 or 4 quickies for you. Are other departments, are we aware of any other departments that are using this as a tool and resource?
There are several other agencies that use this. Santa Clara County Sheriff's Office has one similar. Each jurisdiction finds one that best serves their demographic. This is something that isn't necessarily new, but it is something new for us that I felt would be beneficial for our community, because we do, as officers, see these individuals in the capacity of that they normally have concerns and are in a form of crisis for them. But there's definitely several locations that have this already in place or something similar.
Thank you. So as I understand it, the data that we receive will be housed at the Hollister Police Department?
Yes, sir. Just because of the information with HIPAA and the medical information.
Right. And well, since you brought that up, that was on my list as well. So how do we ensure that those rights and concerns are protected when we receive this information?
So part of it, there is a liability waiver that is incorporated in the registry itself. We also have made it very well known on the back of our brochure that this is voluntary and we can't safeguard every bit of information because some of the information will be disseminated through our broadcast through radio channels. So it is something for a family member to be aware of, that there is going to be some leakage of information that we can't completely control. We'd like to hope that individuals are able to see the broader scope of the goal, which is trying to service the loved one and ensuring that they can be reunited or provide services at the time of interaction with law enforcement, and that law enforcement can be aware of this individual's need at that point.
Okay. And my final question for you would be, it's my understanding that Hollister Police Department, while it's a 24-hour a day, 7-day a week operation, the business office is closed, works primarily traditional business hours. So how will our officers have access to that information after hours when we're dispatched in another county?
So it is in our database. We're creating a registry within our records management system that every officer has access to. So at any point in time, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, they'll be able to access that as an officer and pull that individual's information up, which will then have the registry actually scanned and attached to their profile.
Sounds like you've got it well thought out, officer. Thank you for your service. And I think this is a great idea. Thank you again.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you, Officer Esqueda. I heard you say that this is free cost to the public, but is there a cost associated with it? If so, how much is that? And then how are we paying for that?
So the only cost that's associated would be with the ifineedhelp.org. Being that it's a nonprofit, they do have some costs with their services if you choose to participate with that. That's a choice on an independent of itself. If that is something, there are, from talking with the organizers of that nonprofit, they can request some funding back through SARC or San Andreas Regional. So that's something that those two organizations can work out given their assistance to this demographic. But as far as us just taking on the registration and housing that in our database, it's completely free for us.
Thank you. I'd very much like to see that come back to us with the cost associated and then what comes from signing up for those additional parts of the program.
Sure thing. Yes,
Thanks.
sir.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Price.
I'd like to, I've been able to see and the city police department work with the behavioral department on a by chance situation. And I can't commend you guys enough for your team effort and the way you guys work together and how you diffuse and the situations and help the whole situation. So starting off with the the thing I don't really feel comfortable with is the word registry. You know, if it was special need, Hollister Police Department Special Needs Club, something attractive to them, you know, because I just that word registry, it's kind of harsh. I like that. I am a little concerned about the information that could possibly be leaked. And I see the bigger picture also. It's about safety and care for the family member. Yeah, I look forward to seeing what you guys got because you guys are a great team. It's like, I was so impressed when I seen you guys at work. Good job.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales.
Yes, thank you for this information. I had similar questions. I know a lot of this information is protected by HIPAA and also the right and need to know. Just from different areas, I know that when there is HIPAA violations, I know there's severe consequences. I know that there's a lot of lawsuits regarding ADA, a lot of mandated required training. Have we considered all those aspects? I know it's definitely needed, but I know that there's a lot of liability associated with ADA and coupled that with HIPAA and, you know, the touch points of any type of law enforcement associated with this, because a lot of them are associated with, disabled people being overrepresented in just police killings, use of force. And so it's all coupled as part of that. And so I'm just wondering if we have considered the various implications of the registry and the use, the request of information, the reporting requirements to post, again, the right and need to know information. So just, I know it's a lot of questions.
So in regards to that, as far as most of these situations are tied to exigent circumstances. And a lot of times that's where HIPAA kind of allows us as law enforcement to be able to guide through that with a little less liability, because we're able to couple the exigency with the person's care and need. But that is why we also in the registry there's a page, the very back page, that actually outlines a lot of some of what you're talking about and the concerns that can be coupled with this. We definitely wanted to take that into consideration, just so then that way we would be able to make sure that people understand that there is going to be times that some of this information may be broadcasted in a way that we can't control. And if there's some portion within the registry that they don't want to complete, that's totally fine as well. It's not that they have to complete the full packet. The more information, the better it helps us. But if they, for some purpose, they don't feel comfortable, that's perfectly fine as well. And we understand and respect that choice.
So with a lot of the issues surrounding this has to do with consent and the individual's ability to provide consent when doing this registry. So are we saying that the person would need to do the registry, or a loved one can do that? Because that's where the issue of consent, and that's where a lot of the problems stem from in regards to being able to address the situation, is the issue of consent.
For the most part, it's been targeted towards the loved ones, but it's definitely the individual. I would hope that they're having these conversations in their family in order to kind of discuss those components. And some of these individuals, if they have the capability to provide that consent, some of these may be conserved individuals as well that don't have that right either. So because we're dealing with such a large demographic that are dealing with so many types of individuals that could be looked at as falling within that, it will really have to be an individual reflection if they feel that if the cost outweighs the benefit in the long run. Just so then that way, if there is a situation that we are able to provide assistance. And again, if they're not wanting to participate, then that's their choice as well.
Chief, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to add on, and Stacy, I didn't give them a copy of the registration if you want to hand them for their information, but we've been working on this for a while, and the actual form that she's going to hand out to you, it's been vetted through city attorney. We've been looking, finding the right wordage. And when it's the information that's going to be provided, it is in a way exempt. In exigent circumstances, the police are not going to be sharing it with the public. They're going to be sharing it with each other. And we mentioned that it might be leaked just on a rare occasion where it's a slight possibility, but there's really no reason to broadcast a lot of this information unless it's an emergency. And it is covered there through our policy. We have an existing policy in place where officers cannot share any of the data, not just this information, but any of the other data that's in our records management system. And it's only accessible, as she mentioned, by the officers through a unique login so it's a right to know, and it's only for official business. And it's been geared through to try to protect everyone's privacy. But the important thing is to know when the officers are there contacting someone, to know those little details that are going to make a huge difference as how quickly we can help that person and make sure that we don't confuse what's happening with something else. And it's similar to what Stacy and Nancy's been doing with the SAFE program. She's been providing so much information to our officers in regards to, in the past, just the 5150. She's sharing unique information with the people that helps the officers know these individuals. And she's doing a fantastic job with that so that we can approach them in a totally different mindset and with more information. Information is key. And this is another way for us to help a different group of our residents and try to have the information that could make us more successful as we deal with any issues that come around.
Yeah, go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to hear Mr. Epperson's thought on this and about informed consent. And it sounds to me like you've vetted this and you've signed off on it. If that might not be the right word, but it sounds like you've said it works. And then from the officer, I'd also like to know if other departments that are using this have had the challenges this council has expressed. And finally, I think there's also benefit to our officers for their own safety as well, knowing what they're going to encounter in their best practices. So Mr. Epperson and then officer, please.
Councilmember Burns, I have reviewed the documents and the way in which the program's intended to be operated. I think that Chief Reynoso put it very well. It is completely voluntary. People can participate or not participate, and the information is not intended for public disclosure. It should be only disclosed between officers at times when it's relevant to disclose it, between the officers, that is. And as Chief Reynoso also said, there is always a chance that something could leak out. So therefore, the public is well warned of that before they sign up for the program. They should be completely informed that that's a possibility. It's not the likelihood. It's certainly not the intent. So in terms of the informed consent, I'm satisfied with what has been drafted up and the way the plan's been designed.
Thank you, sir.
To answer your questions, I don't know of any other situations where there's been a legality concern for these other registries. I know that there are quite a few that have been running for a long period of time with that stipulation that it be a voluntary basis. I, like my chief is explaining, a lot of times we are encountering individuals that we don't know a lot about them. And so anytime we have that little piece of information, especially as we start dealing with individuals that maybe on the outside don't necessarily pose to us any concern, or they do not reflect that there's some other situation that's occurring, especially as we increase with the population of people that suffer from Alzheimer's, dementia. And sometimes those I've seen them start to degrade very quickly. And having our officers be aware of that I felt was very important. So then that way it is something that we have these individuals or we at least have a mindset with these individuals in mind that there are other circumstances in play while we're engaging with them. And if we're able to couple that with the information we have in our database, then we're able to service them in a better way and take those things into account.
Thank you, officer. I appreciate the clarification.
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. I think this is a really important program. We all know there's several individuals in our community that have mental issues, and we do need a better way to do it. And I really commend the police department for all you're doing to build this registry. I've had families over the years contact me concerned about their loved ones because they're afraid that they're going to do something and then a bad reaction from law enforcement. But this really helps quite a bit. And just thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, sir.
All right. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, Zavon Quesada.
I just want to say, Hollister Police Department, that is such a bold idea. Such a brilliant idea to work with those with mental health when that is the future of coming together as a community. I just really like to believe that the council doesn't make so much, restrictions and lets the police department really do what they want to do, because this is all unfamiliar ground. Working with mental health, it's just like the idea of like going into a store and not knowing what to buy. And the ideas of working with those with autism and ADHD and PTSD, why are we turning that Kmart building into a destination where we can actually do ideas? I mean, look at the idea they're doing now. Working out there coming with knowledge to learn more about mental health cases. And since Hollister is not so big like cities like LA or San Jose, it becomes more intimate. The calls that are coming for misbehavior is almost just an idea that you go and have a conversation and check in with your client. Giving the police department more idea of expanding their knowledge with mental health, with law enforcement. I mean, how many more ideas? Well, they're doing them. And I just really want to believe that the council doesn't give them too many hoops of fire to jump through to get budget or anything. We should be pouring money into that idea because that's future. Or is there something else more important, Mayor, on your agenda? Because I believe that the police department is doing an absolutely awesome with the mental health, bravo. And I believe in it because it's a matter that's approached and inspired. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Do we have any other speakers?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you so much for the update.
Thank you.
We're going to now move to item F1.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for coming up to, thank you for having me come up tonight. Tonight, we have a resolution that starts the legal process for the 2022 weed abatement program, declaring a condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance due to the existence of weeds and noticing a hearing for the receipt of objections by property owners to the proposed abatement by the city. So staff recommends city council adopt a resolution declaring the condition of certain properties to constitute a public nuisance, ordering the abatement of weeds thereon, and noticing a public hearing for the receipt of objections to the proposed abatement. It's basically the start of our weed abatement program, the first reading.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Burns, I know you want to speak on this one.
Thank you, Chief. Thanks for the presentation. With this process, are we going to charge the property owners for our time invested and potentially fine them and make them pay our costs for the abatement if we get to that point?
Yes. So in our letter, it lets them know that I'll just go ahead and hit on it, even though you didn't hit it. Extra attention must be paid to weeds near the property lines, fence lines, sidewalks, and must be maintained at all times. In addition to that, it says you're further notified that you must remove all weeds, overgrown vegetation, and maintain the property throughout the year. So not just with this. With that, we even have it in here that once we charge them for it, if we have to do it, we'll charge them a $250 administration fee also.
Okay. What I was wondering is also why maybe we don't, but maybe we should consider issuing them a administrative citation as well.
We can submit that after all throughout the year in addition. So we can, if they don't take care of or mitigate their weeds, we can send code enforcement out there and they can issue out a administrative citation in addition.
Right. And honestly, Chief, maybe this would be a better conversation offline, but I actually would think that that would be the first step in the process to give them an opportunity to correct or cure it. And then when they don't, you issue them the citation. And then when they don't abate the nuisance, you move forward to do that and charge them for that, as well as all administrative costs associated to it. My concern and fear is that we're too nice, and I like being nice, but at some point we need to get out of the weed abatement business and hold property owners accountable for the condition of their property. And I like very much what you said, that it's a year-round process. I know traditionally the state fire marshal declares it fire season, and that's historically where emphasis has been, but we really do need to have property owners maintain their properties year-round, regardless of whether it's a structure or whether it's a vacant lot. And so I'd like to move more forward aggressively in the future.
And we did, I was talking with Chief Reynoso last week about it, and there is something in the code that we can identify it all year round. It's code enforcement can enforce it throughout the year. So this is just on our empty lots that we could do it, but in addition, we could have code enforcement hit it all year round.
Right. And then I presume if they don't pay whatever our costs are, fines and fees, that we're going to lien their property. And I would assume that we put a liens pendency or a title cloud on that in preparation for that. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Couldn't ask for more. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Councilmember Morales?
Well, I'm kind of on the opposite end of that. Not complete opposite, but I'd like for the council to consider those in our population that have special needs, like people that are elderly, that physically are not able to take care of the weeds, or potentially disabled, or just are under circumstances where they just don't have the ability to do it, don't have the tools, or just need help in getting those things done. There's a lot of people that fall under that category, at least that they just don't have the ability to do that or the time. So if there were other things, if we're able to problem solve those issues, whether we have something within our department that they can just pay, or if they just have the inability to pay, for special considerations for a fee waiver. But it's not completely 100% negative, that there's either positive reinforcement or assistance to be able to problem solve the issue so that we don't end up in a negative place.
Can I answer that real quick? Or
go ahead, sir.
Answer something to that. So with that, we do have throughout the year with code enforcement, they do work with people and residents to be able to address that stuff. So they do give them some time and work with them on that stuff. With our stuff right here, it's usually the big vacant lots that are owned by corporations and everything. So that's the ones we address throughout there. So, and then for the most part, a lot of them will just say, have your guy do it. And then they'll pay to have our contractor end up paying it. But throughout the year, when we do have overgrown, then code enforcement does work with the homeowners to get it mitigated. And there has been instances where they said, hey, it's just me, I don't do that. And then we do end up working with them to get some throughout there instead of right away initially going right towards the ticket. But for the most part, I think we've gotten compliance on everything when we've worked with the community.
Mr. Byrd?
Thanks.
I knew you weren't done with this, but
Well, I absolutely agree with Ms. Morales as well, but perhaps the city manager or the chief can talk about the hardship waiver process, because again, our goal is compliance and it's preferred voluntary compliance, but the city does have a cost for conducting business and the goal should be to be budget neutral. But at some point, if they're corporate owned, or if they are people that have been given multiple opportunities to cure, and for whatever that reason they haven't, we may have to just disagree on that process, but I think that there are processes in place. And so if one of you would just speak to that hardship waiver, please.
And before you do that, I've known, at least in my district, where there's several homeowners that have tried to contact, and again, it might be for whatever circumstances, but oftentimes there's a question about whether it's their property or the city's property. And then there's a hardship in terms of the communication and a lot of back and forth. And then oftentimes whether they've actually had to write a strong letter in order for the situation just to end. And so I'm also looking at those situations, and I have a copy of that. I know I see the frown on the city manager's face, but I actually have hard copies of one example, only one, not one.
I would appreciate that, because we do like to make sure those get handled. But yeah, there is a hardship waiver that we would, if the citizen has decided, we look at that hardship and see if it's valid and would honor it if all the facts are correct. And I've known in the past that we've actually helped with a resident that had some issues with complete overgrown, and where it was maybe into our right of way, and we've looked at where we could help also. But usually we can try to find volunteers and things like that to help out.
Right. And then there is a due process as well, correct? When they receive a citation, they have the legal right to have it heard before an independent hearing officer as well, correct? So it's just not you have to or else. I mean, there is a process defined.
You are correct.
Thank you.
And a lot of times our citations are compliance orders. So if you comply with it, then there is no citation associated with it. So a lot of people get that mixed up. They're getting a citation. No, right now it's just a compliance order. We're asking you to go ahead. So, I mean, we knock a dock and then issue a compliance order if needed before it they have to pay.
Thank you. Councilmember Sendes?
Thank you. Mr. City Manager, have I ever contacted you in regards to weed abatement that residents have contacted me about?
I believe so, and we.
And
we will
can you
look into it.
explain how quick the turnaround is and how that process works when I've contacted you?
Yeah, if there's an issue, we try to get it done in the week. So, yeah.
So you're saying if one of my constituents reaches out to me with a complaint about a weed abatement, I can simply just call, text, email you, and then you would get it turned around within a week?
Yeah, because we want those things taken care of.
Perfect.
So that's why please give me that information so we can get on it right away.
Yep. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. And I would say staff has done a good job. Same thing here. If somebody contacts me about an issue, I get to the city manager right away, and staff has always been really good at working on this. It's really, as Mr. Burns is pointing out, the larger lots that seem to just wait for us to do the work for them. That's the big issue here. We should never get to that point where it's a foot, then 2 foot, then 3 foot, and oh yeah, go ahead and do it for us. As Mr. Burns pointed out, let's just make sure all year long they're maintaining and picking up that trash, because I know Mr. Burns and I have been out there several times picking up trash from the same areas, and 2 months later we're back and it's exactly the way it was. So it is a responsibility of some of these property owners, and I do like that you guys are moving forward on these. So thank you very much. Do we have any speaker cards on this?
The first speaker is Zavon Quesada.
I'm pretty sure everybody in this room's seen what behind Taco Bell looks like when you're entering Hollister from Gilroy, from Monterey, Morgan Hill. I mean, you know, all that. There's your workers. There's your idea right there. You have so many people living in filth behind there. Yet they could be workers like other communities are doing, and training them and having them abroad of what you're living in a situation where you're not so. Yet we're looking for an idea how to clean up landowners' properties. You have it right there. Why don't we make a community landscaping business and start helping others that are out there trying? I mean, really, look at the idea. We have all these landowners that are destroying people's homes. That's a shopping cart. It's still their home. Yet they never shoot a service of an idea of like, hey, you know, we had this work program. I thought Hollister workers were builders, not destroyers. Yet how many times does a real service worker go out there and hand a pamphlet and actually care? Instead of speaking about how they're nonsense and all this other mayhem, but yet they're going to the same spot a week later. Go look at Taco Bell. Where's our litter project? We don't even have a garbage can out there, and we want them to be, you know, clean. Mr. Mayor, what's going on here? Where are we looking at? I mean, I know you care about garbage. I mean, look at our landfill. It's growing by the day, right? So what's the idea? Well, you see a bunch of homeless people behind Taco Bell living in filth, and you have an idea to actually help them clean up the filth there and go to other properties. And before you know it, you got a movement of motion. You got those that were living on the streets now living in a home, because that's what service is, not a building. Mr. Mayor, you know, I know you like to spend a lot of money on buildings. It's so awkward because there's no services, and that's the matter.
Thank you. And by the way, we've tried that, and guess what happened? Nobody showed up. But we're not done. We're going to keep finding ways. So thank you very much.
We have one more speaker. Anita Kane.
Hello again. Zavon, you had it right when you mentioned Dollar Tree earlier. I would like to add my concern that the Dollar General store seems to be, you ought to have it on your radar for a repeat offender of weeds that are out of control. They're one of the newest structures in our West Gateway entrance to Hollister. And yet, over the years that it's been there, the couple of years that it's been there, I don't think they've cleaned the weeds once. They were this high. I was getting ready to call Roland, and I saw a couple of months ago, they took care of the weeds, and I thought, great. However, now they're coming back up again. So I don't know what there is in place to get property owners that are the businesses, especially somebody in a high profile setting like this, that, talk about a gateway to our community and an eyesore at the same time. So that's, I would like to see that addressed somehow on a continuing basis. Thank you.
That's what this does. So thank you again. Do you have a comment, sir?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Is your microphone on? Is it on? Your microphone, is it on?
Yes.
Okay.
So I would imagine, Anita, if that were to happen in the future, you can just reach out to me. Or now that we brought it up in a public forum, that we would make sure to take care of it. And just to put it on the record, speaking of Dollar General, I worked with a group of citizens from my district who opposed that store for a number of reasons.
Thank you, sir.
Again, there was a number of citizens that came forth. I worked with them. I tried to work with the developers to stop the project for a number of reasons. If you want to get informed about that, you probably should go back and do some research before speaking on it. The other thing is the Planning Commission and the City Council at the time approved it, and I was against it. Thank you.
Sir. Any other questions? Do you have a comment?
I have a point of order. Are we responding to public comment? Just wondering, City Attorney.
Typically, we would wait until public comment is over before the council discusses the item, in which case it could respond to some of the issues that were raised.
Do we have any other speakers?
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0. Now move to item F2.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Before you tonight is Resolution 2022-42, in which you will consider allowing the use of the 150th anniversary logo. As you may be aware, this year we'll be celebrating 150 years of the incorporation of the City of Hollister. And staff and the Sesquicentennial Committee have worked together to design a logo, and we're encouraging the city to feature this logo as well. For that reason, staff recommends that the City Council adopt a resolution authorizing the City of Hollister to utilize the 150th anniversary logo on all official city business. And we have the logo available to take a look at it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Go ahead. You have a comment?
I think it's awesome. I think it's an awesome commemoration. It's an awesome celebration for our history and actually for our future too. I think it was Anita that was talking? Someone said something about when you honor your past, your history, that shows how strong your future could be, so to speak. That's Rick's version of you. But yeah, and so you know what? I'm totally in support of this. My only regret is that we, as the committee, didn't get it done sooner. But I think we're doing great.
Thank you. Any other, Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So I think it's amazing as well. So let me just put that out there. Did our historical, I'll be talking about that in a minute. Did our Arts and Culture Commission weigh in on this or participate in this process?
They did not.
Okay. And so I would, in the future, I would like to see them involved in things like this. And so the other question, it seems to me we may have a past history with the motorcycle rally with things like this, trademarks, logos being used without our permission. And so if this council sees fit to move forward with this, I would like to see this trademarked or somehow protected.
It is.
Isn't
it? No, it's not?
We have.
I thought Chambers did it.
No, it has to be city.
Yeah, we have. Omar Quesada.
No, sorry. So the intent of the logo when it was created by the committee was to have it open so that the different partners that are going to be participating in the 150 can utilize the logo as well for branding purposes. So that's the reason why it hasn't been trademarked, but we are looking into doing that if needed.
Okay, because again, I would think that if we own it, we can control it. And therefore, if we want to let other partners use it, makes perfect sense to me.
Yeah, Mayor, if it's up to the council, we do have outside counsel that has helped us in the past trademark. The PD last time they trademarked their patch, so it wasn't used inappropriately. So we could do that also.
Yes. Any other questions or comments?
No.
I 100% agree with Mr. Burns. We had an incident several years back where one of the promoters basically stole one of our logos, trademarked it for himself, and said, "Too bad for you guys." And we just can't have that. It's correct what city manager is saying. City should own the rights to it. And as Mr. Burns pointed out, we can loan it out to others, but we do want to make sure we control the trademark on that or the copyright. Okay. Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, the first speaker is John Roble.
I'm John Roble. Thank you for allowing me to speak, City Council. So a couple of questions came up about the trademark scenario. So one of the thoughts that we had as we developed that logo was that we wanted it to be available for folks to be able to use it without having to get permission from anybody to make that happen for appropriate use as part of our city's celebration. And the question about the Arts Commission, whether or not they were involved with the logo, interestingly enough, they were invited to all of our meetings and given the opportunity to assist with the logo design. However, they may not have participated very much there. Yeah, so we know this year, 2022, is the 150th or the sesquicentennial anniversary of the city of Hollister. Even though there has been logo in place for several months, I have to wonder what % of our residents are even aware of this special anniversary or seen the logo. How can we fix that? Well, some notice on the city website, proclamation posted in a conspicuous location, or maybe even several conspicuous locations. How about temporary stickers on the city vehicles? Maybe a special celebration logo on city communications. I wonder if folks would notice banners with the logo downtown. And there are many additional ideas for how to advertise our special anniversary. Will our residents learn about this anniversary? How, if we don't somehow tell them? Thank you.
Thank you.
Savon Quesada.
I say this with respect. But shouldn't we be talking about that like in an art meeting or something like that? Because I mean, we're talking about logos. When I sat in the room and I seen a woman come in saying she was living with her son that's 9 years old with level 4 autism in his car. They've been in Hollister for 9 days and they haven't had a service. I think that the Art Council should put something together instead of moving gallery to gallery and not knowing anything about color, because there's none. And these are the type of ideas that I believe should be shared with creative people. I believe we're here to talk about city matters. Well, that city matter of that woman sleeping in a car, how many more? Not to mention how many live at the shelter for years, never had a service to give them a home. How long do you have to live at the shelter? Years? I know other cities, you go in there for 3 months, they have you in a program and you're living in a home paying $50 a month. Yet our idea is no ever disrespect. I respect art to the fullest. But what are we speaking about? Logos? Come on, Mayor. Come on. Didn't you take a picture of the homes? Oh yeah, we're gonna make so many houses for the homeless. Where'd they go? And you're taking it offensive when you should actually be enlightened.
Thank you.
We have a speaker on Zoom, Susan Logue. We will unmute you.
Hi, can you hear me all right?
Yeah.
Sorry. This is Susan Logue. It's so nice to hear John. Rob will talk about the logo. I think the logo looks really great. And I understand the city council has to take into consideration that they're going to accept the Hollister 150 proclamation and also the logo. But I do think it's very well done, and I really appreciate his extra work on this. And thank you, City Council, for your attention to this matter.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. A few questions. Who did you commission to make the logo? I'm just curious. I didn't see it in the report.
We used a local designer.
Gerardo Martinez with GDS Creative or Creative GDS.
Awesome. Great job. Thank you. Question for Tina. I know you're not up to speak, but is it the Arts and Culture Commission? Is that true? I think we're getting confused with the Arts and Culture Commission and the San Bernardino County Arts Council. Was the Arts and Culture Commission invited to these meetings? Or are we talking about San Bernardino County Arts Council?
Yeah, just to correct it, our commission was not invited to the meetings. It was the San Benito County Arts Council.
Okay, that's
Two
what I
different
thought. So
entities.
just clarification for the public, there's two entities, one that we helped create with this council. It's the new Arts and Culture Commission through the city of Hollister. And then there's a county partner that is the San Benito County Arts Council. And I think when we were talking about it, we were referring to the San Benito County Arts Council. So I just wanted to make that clear. And then whenever the council would allow me to, I'm prepared to make a motion with an amendment that we seek a trademark before.
Go, sir, your no other questions, comments from council?
Mayor, one follow-up
ahead, sir.
question or maybe a comment. Tina, I thought I've actually zoomed on a couple of these meetings and you were physically there on some of them, I thought, correct?
I did attend a few of the 150th committee meetings.
Right,
Yes.
right. And so I'm jazzed by what I've seen. And I'm sure if you weren't jazzed, you would have said so. And so I'm comfortable with that. But moving forward in these follow-up meetings, I'd like to see either you there or somebody, or at least a couple of our commissioners there, because I think there's going to be another opportunity as we move forward with how this all rolls out. And so I'd just like to see you or them there, because I think their voice is important to be heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, go ahead if you'd like to make a motion.
Thank you. I move to adopt resolution number 42 with an amendment that we seek a trademark for the new logo.
There's a motion. Is there a second? It's okay.
Okay.
At the point, trademark, copyright, whichever it is, just to cover all bases here. Go ahead, sir. You're making a second.
I'm happy to do that.
Okay. There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
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 Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
Move now to item F3.
Good evening, City Council. Mayor Velasquez, Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. The item before you is resolution number 2022-43. That's a resolution of the City Council, of the City of Hollister authorizing an appropriation in the amount of $60,000 for the City of Hollister's, I'm just going to say 150th celebration. I haven't said the word as many times as Daisy has. But right now we have a presentation. Before you is a presentation, the City of Hollister's 150th celebration. The city was incorporated as a city on August 6, 1872. Where am I? Thank you. In this celebration, we're asking everyone to attend. And then our next page is our calendar of events. Thank you, Paul. The first event is, well, it's not, it's hosted by the Hollister Downtown Association, the Saddle Horse Show Parade, which is scheduled on June 18th. And what the committee is going to do is kind of promote our 150th celebration at this event. The next one is week 1, which we are calling the Kickoff with the fireworks show. And that is hosted by the city of Hollister with the appropriation that was approved at our last city council meeting. And after working with staff, we decided that we would have that event at the Vets Memorial Park. We're working with county staff to secure the area over. If you guys are familiar with the area, there's a soccer field, the Tremors play out there. And we're just going to kind of have the area open where our residents can go out there with their blankets or chairs and sit out there and watch the fireworks. And then there is some discussion with staff and having some mobile food trucks out there. We are short-staffed, but hopefully in July, we will be able to get a little more staff, and then these ideas come to fruition and have that event. The next one is week 2 is a downtown dance party with an arts and crafts festival. So this would require some funding. And the idea with that is arts and in the downtown area, Canvas, children can go out there. It's hosted by the Arts Council and Friends of the Library. At part of the evening or day, there will be a band, and we're going to kind of theme it around cultural type bands. Some of the ideas are salsa band or tango band, if I'm saying that right. Just those types of different bands. We get country and we get rock and roll, but we're looking for a more cultural type of band out there. Week 3 is July 16th, and that is the Streets Festival that's hosted by the Hollister Downtown Association. And again, we would promote the 150th event with the memorabilia out there. Week 4 is Hollister's recreation run. It's a fun run, and we usually do this run annually because in July we celebrate Parks and Recreation Month, and that's towards the end of the month, and it's a final activity. But we decided we would incorporate the 150th anniversary celebrating the logo, the theme of our event would be part of this logo, along with the children or the participants' medals. In addition, we would work with some of our local youth groups at Dunn Park and for Vista Park Hill and have some activities out there. Some ideas kind of thrown around as we're referring to them as old timer games, activities that were performed maybe in the 1800s, early 1920s, and then as we progress to 2022. Up at Park Hill, there is a fly a kite. I don't know if you guys remember I remember when I first started with the city, we had fly a kite up there, and it was a very successful event put on by the Hollister Kiwanis. And then possibly a disc golf tournament of some sort as we progress to the new generation. Week 5 would be in the morning time. We're going to beautify our community. We would give some of our participants t-shirts that have the logo on there as volunteers. And then in the evening time, turn it into one of our family fun nights that we did in August and September. And then week 6 is our final. We would have a parade downtown. The parade is called Travel Through Time. Either starting with the entrance of the parade would start with the year 2022 and then would go backwards to 1872, or we would start off with some of we need a new mic. Or we would start off with the idea of our carriages and so forth, starting in the beginning of the parade. So 1872, and then it goes back to 2022. Ferris wheel is going to be out there, carnival activities, and then a dinner will end it with a band playing in the evening time. So that day would be almost a full day event for our downtown area. On the next page is kind of the certain percentage of what each item is going towards, a percentage. The Ferris wheel and the parade of the 60,000 would be 33%. And then our very last page are some of our partners that we've been working with in order to make this event a success. Can I answer any questions?
Thank you. Any questions? Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor, for letting me kick it off. First of all, I'm really excited about
Say
this.
the word.
Hey, now. So anyway, Tina, are we convinced $60,000 is really enough money to push this forward and be successful?
Well, in addition to the funding approved by the city, where there's also sponsorships that we would seek. And I think with the budget that we proposed, I think that we would have enough funding.
Okay. I would ask for you guys to keep close tabs on this. And if you find that we don't get the sponsorship that you're hoping to, that I'm definitely open and have an appetite for the conversation if we need to increase the budget. This is a one-time event and everybody knows I'm pretty cheap, but we only get one chance to do this well. And so I want to make sure we do it exceptionally well. With regards to week 5, that seems to be my theme lately, which is beautification. And I happen to have inside knowledge that we have a lot of pickup sticks, I'm going to call them. And I'd love to see us give those out as a token gift from the city to help our community, help police themselves and clean it up. And then I also want to suggest that maybe, I know this is a celebration, but I think we'd be remiss if we don't take an opportunity to recognize those who lost their lives during the COVID pandemic, and whether we create a wall, kind of like the Vietnam Memorial or something else. I would really think that we need to acknowledge that. I mean, I'm old and that's the first time we've had a pandemic in my lifetime, and hopefully the last time, probably in my life for sure. But I think we owe it to our community to acknowledge that. And I'd love to see something done in that regards. And you have some amazing minds that are working with you. I've stalked this meeting a couple times or gone stealth. And so I know that it can get done. I know it's another big ask, but I think, again, we only have one time. So thank you for all you've done. Thank you for all of the group committees, all the different groups that have come together. This really is Hollister, and this is who we are. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Couple of things. I heard you mention where we're going to do the fireworks, but what park is it or where is it at?
That's Memorial Park, the
That's-
softball, baseball fields out there.
Perfect.
It's a county facility. We do have a lease with them, and we just
Okay.
have to ask for permission to do something else besides play softball.
Awesome. A couple other thoughts. I completely agree 100% with everything Councilmember Burns said. What I'm hoping, I know the clock is ticking. Where are we at? I just went to downtown Salinas. I went to a car show over there. I went to the restaurant downtown, and they've got a beautiful Salinas sign right downtown. I know that we had asked for some bids. Have we got any back? Did we get more than one? And is there any way, if not, that we can look into getting this done? I think Councilmember Burns brought up a good point about memorializing the people that lost their lives during COVID. I think potentially we can include that in the Hollister downtown sign somewhere. And I know you guys are going to do a time capsule. I mean, I think we're getting a little creative and out there, but we could potentially open up one of those bottoms of the block and put the capsule in there, close it off. And then that would, I think, just be really, really special. So I'd like to see us look into that and see where we're at, and possibly, if there's time permitted, get a Hollister downtown sign. That concludes my thoughts. Thank you.
Questions, comments? City Manager, did you have a comment?
Yeah, for the Hollister sign, I'll bring that up for under G2, but I would like to add that this group has been amazing about coming up with this schedule. one of my tasks that I've given Recreation and to Omar with the HDA is to have activities for most of the summer months downtown so that we have a place for people to join us and to enjoy the work that we've already done with the parklets and make our downtown that much more special. So I really appreciate them coming up with something for every weekend to start this off.
Excellent. Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, John Roble.
Thank you. And thank you to the committee for helping make that happen. And Rustic Turtle, who did the printing for us. And I wanted to thank the city council for the resolution adopting this logo this evening. I really, really appreciate that. And look forward to being able to use it and see it around town. And I wanted to thank Councilman Burns and Manager Miller for their enthusiastic comments towards what we've been up to. That's really, really, really appreciated. So I just had a little something I wanted to say. We have a great opportunity to bring our diverse community together and celebrate our diverse history. This is a once in a lifetime opportunity, as someone else earlier mentioned, to show our enthusiasm for our great community. Too many of us live here and work elsewhere and seldom have a chance to see or experience our great city. It seems a shame that a number of members of our community have expended considerable time and effort in attempting to put on one of the greatest celebrations ever seen locally. However, support from the city in the past has seemed relatively non-existent. Several of you have said we need a budget with specifics. Let's think about that. What kind of funding target? How can we plan for something if we don't have some kind of a funding target to work at? And so you guys have been asked to approve $60,000, which I think may not be enough, but hopefully we can work with that at least as a target to start with. And we certainly have already figured out how to spend all of that. And so I think that's great that you guys have offered that. We really want to move this along, and time is of the essence. Some commitment supporting our efforts is essential for us to move forward. I'm somewhat concerned that all the items we asked to be on agenda tonight were not included with no explanation. I do have to say, though, that this evening has given me renewed enthusiasm towards the Hollister Sesquicentennial celebration, and thank you.
Thank you.
There are no other speakers.
So I want to thank the committee for all the effort and all the meetings and all the homework and oh yeah, where do you get those shirts at? The Downtown Association right now? Oh, okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just a small little plug. But the you know what? It's been awesome to be able to sit in on these committees and see how it's really been. I think Mr. Burns brought it up, how it represents Hollister. And you know what? When you sit in these meetings and you see all these different walks of life come together to put this all together, all the nonprofits, man, that gives me civic pride and proud to call everyone on a committee my neighbors, my friends. And you know what? What you guys are doing is not just to throw a party. This is historic. This is a once shot event. So I want to thank you for doing that. And I want to reiterate what Mr. Burns says. You know what? We get one shot at this. Make sure that if we don't have enough, we need to come back to the council to make sure that we have enough, not to waste our money, not to throw it away, but you know what? To make this very memorable, historic. Thank you, guys. Good job.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Mayor, one final question. If Tina, you thought you were off the hook. What is our plan for merchandising? And my goal again is always to be budget neutral. In this case, there's no way we're going to be budget neutral, and I don't care. in this instance alone. Having said that, though, I would like to see if those shirts that we sell or other merchandise, is there a plan for that? And is there a plan for what happens to that money once we're paid off?
Yes, there is a plan. We will have the shirts that some of the committee is wearing. That would be a donation to the HTA. We would also, there's a Challenger coin that is being used for the public, and they can purchase that. And then along with that, we will have at some of our events, the stickers and other types of fun activities, banners that will go along San Benito Street, sponsorship. And I see Omar wants to add it to some of this information.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say that part of the funds that we were gonna use for the shirts and everything else was
Omar,
to
if you
sponsor.
you can come up to.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Was to help sponsor some of the events that we were doing and raise funds for that. The goal too is, and we've talked about this in the past, is any kind of surplus funds that we have, if we do have anything, we want to be able to give back to the communities, give back to the nonprofit organizations that helped out. Historical Society being one of the main groups. Everybody else, you saw our list of partners. I mean, as Rick mentioned earlier, that was the whole reason that sold me on this. It's just that all these groups that never really kind of do something together are doing something together. So we want to make sure that we give back to those organizations as we can. And then just, if it's okay, I just wanted to pass these around so you guys can see those.
Thank you. I guess one follow-up thought too is, do you have a website, and is there going to be any kind of promotion on social media? I know that the city needs to help in that regard, or maybe not help, but do some as well. But collaborative always works better in my mind. And so I'd like to hear your thoughts.
There is a page, 150th celebration, and then we'd work with our IT department to place the information on our website, and then Recreation and HTA and all of our other partners are going to promote the event too. Banners going all down San Benito Street with the celebration of the event. So there'll be a lot of marketing involved.
Great, thanks. I also think there'd be an opportunity maybe for our Arts and Culture Commission to maybe create a flag that we could fly on the Unity Pole. Just saying. Thank you.
One of the things, Mr. Burns, that we were going to do as well is we're going to allow people to be able to post their stories on the website. So family stories from just their generations that they've been in town, so we can promote that on the website as well. So that's one of the goals that we're working with as well.
Amazing. Thank you. I think that's great.
Daisy, can you speak to the
Website? Yeah, go ahead. I see a hand moving this way and that way, so.
Go ahead.
Who is it? I saw a hand. Go ahead, sir.
A couple of questions. I heard a couple of comments that not everything was on the agenda tonight that was asked for. I'd like to know what was not. I'm wondering, have you looked into other ideas, the specifics like funding for those ideas? If so, what are they? And before we leave here tonight, let's have that conversation. How much do you need budgeted, and what does that include? Because I'd feel pretty comfortable making that decision here tonight if you have that information for us. Thank you.
Okay, hang on. Mr. Perez had a comment too.
Oh, go ahead and answer.
Okay.
So we did do a sponsorship package that has different levels, and one of the biggest packages was to help out with the parade and the closing ceremony, which is probably going to be the event that's going to cost the most. And then after that, it's just smaller packages, but we still haven't distributed the sponsorship letters because we were waiting to get approval from City Council.
Mayor,
yeah,
I just want to remind council that we were in the merchandising business at one time, and as Vice Mayor Perez brought up during the paying of sales tax, we have numerous old Rowley shirts that we still have in possession if anybody wants to buy them for $3 or 3 for 10. Sorry, $5 or 3 for 10. But yeah, I just want to, it's safer to let somebody else handle the merchandising.
Absolutely.
Can you speak to how Corbin has been advertising this worldwide?
Yeah, and I
worldwide.
actually wanted to mention that Corbin's one of our sponsors, and they actually set up the 150th website for us. And they put a lot of information on there, and that's where we're also going to be posting the events and the merchandise.
Do you remember how many hits they get a month?
Oh.
Do you remember, John?
Oh, gosh, a gazillion.
Yeah. They're bikers throughout the world.
Yeah, they were just in Florida recently, and they were going to reach out to people over there and let them know about it as well.
So there's advertisement going on
Mhm.
throughout the world right now for Hollister. Thank you.
Yeah, Councilmember Resendez.
So it sounds like you don't have all of your costs covered. I want to leave here tonight knowing that everything's taken care of. You don't have your costs covered. You're hoping that sponsorships will cover that. Is that true?
Yes. So right now we have enough to kind of get the Ferris wheel and get some of the big ticket items that we wanted to have, and then built from that point on. We want to have some carnival things, but we're really only looking at 2 different weekends for events. So we're the second week of July, and then the closing ceremonies is really the only time that, and possibly the parks and the beautification day. Sorry. Yeah. Those are really the only 3 weekends that we need any kind of funding for. So we feel that we secured that, or if we can secure that today, that we'll be in a better place. I'm not sure how much more we will need, honestly, but I think our sponsorship might be able to cover that.
Thank you. I think it.
Go ahead. So it's like it's really awesome to see council buying into this now. But and then I know that part of the budget was a lot of it was slashed because trying to follow council's lead at the time. But you know what? I guess the world doesn't know about all that when that last council session happened, how much you guys had to really put your shoulder into the wagon to push it to make it happen. And so that's, you know what, that was a struggle that it's been awesome to see you guys overcome and to come up with a good plan. I'm just really proud of you guys. I'm really proud of you guys.
Thank you. I want to make sure it's clear. I don't ever recall a conversation where the council was not in favor of this. Matter of fact, several years back, we were talking about this coming at us, and now it's here. So this council, previous council, everybody's been excited about that. It's the budgets. It's always budgets. Figuring out what's right, what's worked. You presented a good plan tonight that's going to do a lot of great things, and you heard other council members. If there's a need for more because another great idea pops up, we can work with that. I'm happy to hear Mr. Corbin is helping. Hopefully we have that rally and thousands of bikers come out and enjoy and buy those t-shirts. So we've all been in favor of it. The community is in favor of this. It's a celebration for everybody. So nobody's ever been against this. So I want to make sure the public understands that. So good job to all of you.
Mayor Velasquez, before we leave, I just have a couple of comments. Council member and the Councilman Resendez asked a couple of questions. The Art and Culture Commission is working on a unity flag or a 150th flag. Vice Mayor Perez attended one of our meetings and asked if they would. So they all supported that. So there is going to be a flag. We'll have a call for an artist out within the next week. Councilman Resendez, you asked why everything wasn't on the agenda. I think John is referring to there's a proclamation that was removed. So I think Vice Mayor Perez will talk about that. And then I would like to formally request an appropriation of $75,000 and just amend our current request.
I got one more question. Go ahead, sir. Ditto, I agree. You know what you didn't talk about? The mural.
The mural?
Can someone talk to that, speak
I'm
to
not
that?
familiar.
This is going to be awesome.
All right, so there will be a mural that's being created as well. The San Benito Arts Council had a grant, and they're working with one of our local businesses downtown to have a mural be created. We're looking at when this will happen. It will happen during the timeline that we're doing the event. So it could potentially be something that we do on August 6th and we unveil it for everybody, or maybe during the arts and craft portion of the time. So there will be a mural that's being commissioned, and it's already been paid for through a grant that the San Benito Arts Council provided.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Is there a, go ahead, is there another comment? No. Is there a motion?
Mayor, I'd like to make the motion amended though to increase the budget to $75,000, acknowledging that if anybody can squeeze a quarter and get 3 dimes, it's Tina and her group. And so I'm proud to make that motion on behalf of the council. Thank you.
Motion, is there a second?
I will proudly support that and second it. Thank you.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries. Let's take our 10-minute break.
Where did you get those shirts? At the HDA for a donation.
It's just a process. Change of rules. Where are you going? I don't know. This time we're going to resume the meeting.
I'd like to make a request.
Sir, hang on. We're going to go to the next item first.
I'd like to request that we move forward to,
E4, please.
why can't we?
We're going to the next item, sir. We're in.
I'm just asking you a question. We can turn this.
When a request to change the order of the agenda usually occurs at the beginning of the meeting.
Is there rules that say we can't change it later?
We can change anything we want,
Okay,
but
so
that's
that's
not
what
how
I'm
we want
asking
to
for.
run
I'm
meetings.
asking for a consensus of the council to bring the integrated waste management presentation done. The reason I say this is these ladies have always been here and waited to the very end on all their presentations and resolutions. So if we can get a consensus from the council.
We're in section E. Now we're going to go to G. So
Is there a consensus? Anyone want to say anything?
I would support that. I think when, it's 9 o'clock, it's going to be a while.
I'm fine as well for this one item, this one time, but
Just
I,
this one item, one time.
in the future, I do appreciate the decorum, and I would appreciate it that if we're going to change the agenda, we do it at the beginning of the meeting to be consistent. But in this case, I've been here when they've come up, and I'm the one with the sleepy eyes, so I get it.
Thank you.
We're all sleepy eyed.
And I think if we can ask moving forward, when there are agenda items, when we have guest speakers, that those items be put on the, moved up on the list. Thank you.
So the item is G4.
I'm confused. What exactly was the request to move up when and where?
G4 right now.
I'm a no.
There's a consensus to go ahead and do this. Item G4.
Okay, Monica, come on up. Sorry, I'm not even there.
I did have a presentation. I don't know. Yeah.
Okay. So, the 5-minute presentation.
Yes.
Correct?
Yes.
Okay.
So good evening, Council and Mayor. My name is Monica Bonce. I am the Staff Service Specialist for Integrated Waste Management. And today I'm here to present an update on our survey efforts for a sustainable foodware ordinance and resources we've developed for businesses. Next slide. So before we dive into the latest survey results, I'd like to provide a brief recap of prior presentations. I first reached out to Integrated Waste Management to propose a Hollister Sustainable Foodware Ordinance as my senior capstone project. Thank you. In October 2020, I presented an ordinance concept to the City Council in May 2021. With the City Council's direction, we began surveying businesses in July 2021. A second presentation was then provided to the City Council in September 2021 to share the business focus group survey results. During this presentation, the Council also advised we do more surveying. Previously, we discussed making resources available for Hollister businesses to assist them with a future sustainable foodware ordinance compliance. Becoming a certified California green businesses comes with many perks. Right now, our local green business program is offering various rebates for businesses that become certified within a certain time period and a cash incentive for businesses that comply with food service or retail bag ordinance requirements. I have also taken the time to develop a purchasing guide. It includes a list of hundreds of BPI certified products from multiple vendors. We are also currently developing a web page for where local businesses can find any information relating to their city's food service or retail bag ordinance and helpful resources to help them comply. This will include adopted ordinances, signage, FAQs, purchasing guides, etc. We were able to meet our surveying goal with a total of 75 businesses, 15 of which were conducted in Spanish. There were 23 retail and 49 food service businesses. For the question, as a business, how important is it to reduce your environmental impact? We had 72.9% respond with either very important or important. From that, 40.5 responded very important and 32.4 responded important. We also asked businesses to list their top concerns with reducing their use of single-use plastics. Some of the top answers we got were cost, customer satisfaction, and functionality. The answer with the highest percentage was actually no concerns, with 37.8% of businesses choosing this option. At the end of the survey, we also gave businesses an opportunity to share any other thoughts or concerns regarding the survey. One of the answers we got were these changes are important, but the city needs to provide financial support to businesses because everything is already really expensive and eco-friendly products are even more expensive. We also got an answer that said, the concern is to keep taking care of the environment. We need to care for what we're leaving for the next generation. Moving forward, we have a couple suggestions. We suggest holding an informational event for businesses like an expo that will give businesses the opportunity to learn more about why these changes are important and the resources that we have available for them. We also hope to come back within the next 2 months to introduce a reading of an ordinance. And we're also suggesting that the city budget for rebates or other incentives to support businesses with these coming changes. And that concludes my presentation.
Awesome. Good job. Okay, any questions from council?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Monica, for coming back. It's good seeing you guys. So I did see that some people did have some concerns. How do we intend to address those concerns? And what, if any, of those concerns have you seen in other cities, and how did they deal with them?
Well, for cost, for example, I think that's like a main concern for a lot of businesses. A lot of these times there's stuff that are implemented into the ordinance to help with the costs. There's sometimes like a fee for single-use items, as well as for restaurants, like a lot of the dine-in stuff would be reusable, which in the long run ends up saving businesses money.
Okay, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you. Mr. Miller, do we know how many businesses in the city of Hollister could potentially be impacted by an ordinance like this?
I was gonna see if Monica knows. I am not sure about that.
Okay. And my concern is, I appreciate you doing the research and coming back and gonna be coming back. But I think it'd be helpful to know, because I don't know, the total number is about 100, 110 maybe that interacted on this go. And so, if that's 75% of our businesses that could be impacted, I'm in. But if that's 25%, I'd say probably need more work. And so I think maybe our business license people could help to get a clear number. I think that could be very helpful for me. And I'm curious what other jurisdictions have done. The city of San Juan Bautista already has this in place. Is that correct?
Yes.
And so clearly they have a downtown business district, and some of it could be directly impacted. But I'd like to know maybe what larger cities like Santa Cruz has done, or any of those sites, Morgan Hill, potentially Gilroy, because I don't know what the costs would be for enforcement of this. And I know that education is a part of this. It's a big part of it, frankly. And then consumer buy-in. I mean, we go to grocery stores now, and if we want a bag, we pay a dime more for it in many places. And so I think it's just something we need to move forward with, but I would like to continue the community outreach engagement. And I really liked the piece where you talked about education and bringing people in to have that. I think that to me is a big deal. And so just keep on doing what you're doing. And I think we're going to get there, and hopefully sooner than later, because we do have a responsibility. Thank you.
Yeah. Well, I know that when we were surveying, because Daisy provided us a list of licensed businesses, but it included a lot of like home businesses or just businesses that wouldn't directly be impacted by the ordinance. So I personally, me and myself and a couple other staff members went around town searching for businesses. And I think we covered most restaurants. I don't know off the top of my head the percentage, but we covered a decent amount. As for other cities, I think a lot of cities focus more on educating and kind of like a nice approach to ordinance instead of like fining businesses right away.
And I think I just recently heard that Starbucks, which I don't know, Mr. Miller, we have 12, 15, 30, at least 7, 6, maybe.
I think we have 5 in one neighborhood, yeah.
Yeah. I understand that they're actually going to be moving forward in the next couple of years to have a loaner cup program. And so I think there are a lot of ways to get there. And if Starbucks is going to push that forward, I think the timing could be really good. And so I'm encouraged by what I've heard you say, and I look forward to your follow-up work. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I just want to say it's like, it was interesting, Mr. Burns, Councilman Burns, when you mentioned Santa Cruz, I was just thinking the other day I was at Santa Cruz and I picked up a paper straw and it's like, actually it was Capitola. I lied. But you know what, it's when I pick up a biodegradable, something that can be recycled in a city, it makes me think that these people actually care about their city. You know, they don't just throw their cups in the gutter. And so, you know, I like what you guys are doing. Keep doing what you're doing. You know, the whole department's doing great. I support you guys, and I thank you guys for taking care of my grandchild's future. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers on this item.
Thank you. Thank you for the update.
Thank you.
We'll now go to item E4. Or F4. What's that? F4. That long day. Zero, tell you.
Yeah, I'm going to try to get through this quickly. Yeah. So thank you, Mayor and Council. So this item is for the council to consider a resolution authorizing an appropriation amount of $54,000 from the general fund and authorize the mayor to execute a professional service agreement with SNP Bus to provide low-cost spay and neuter service for feral cats. So this is a contract for 15 months. It will allow us to get back onto a fiscal schedule. But in the past, we've just kind of left it open where we felt like we were subsidizing some of the people, the citizens of Hollister. So this is actually to attack the feral cat problem, and that's why it's just for feral cats.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I know that you've had conversations with the county. When we first started this, they promised to allocate some funds, and that never did happen. What, if anything, has occurred since then? I know that this is something different because this is now just feral cats. We're not talking about spaying and neutering the city residents or the county residents, because either one can come and they can get serviced for the SNP bus just to service their own pets, right?
Correct.
Now we're looking at feral cats, which I support, I 100% support, but who's to say, are we servicing feral cats in the county, feral cats in the city? And I'm just really disappointed, I would say, honestly. It's been three and a half years since I've been here, since this first came up, and we haven't had a commitment from them financially. So where are we at with that? And yeah, I think those are my questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Anticipation of that question, I did talk to the CAO, and he's going to take an item to his board to try to match what the city has done. But like we said before, feral cats do not know the boundaries between the city and the county, but the issue is just to take care of it and try to make a dent in the population.
Thank you. Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I feel like we're having a deja vu moment, and I've only been on the council a little over a year, but I have the same concerns and frustrations that Councilmember Resendez does. One of the additional questions I have that he didn't already ask was, is there capacity to do dogs? I mean, stray dogs, feral cats. And I'm also wondering, I support this 100%. I probably should say that at the beginning, but I'm also wondering, it doesn't really speak in the council report of how many animals they're going to do per day. is just a blanket number, as I recall, for 16 one-day weekends a month. And I'd like to know, that we're getting our value. I believe we are. I mean, my understanding is SNP Bus has an amazing reputation, and I don't doubt that, but I would like that more well-defined in the process. And I'm curious if we know what it costs. If I were to take my cat or my dog to a local veterinarian, what would it cost me to do that? And I know we're talking feral,
Right.
but I think it'd be helpful. Are we going to do 10 cats a day? We're going to do 30 cats a day?
Yeah, I was checking with Daisy. I thought it was like between 30 to 40 cats on one of their visits. The problem with dogs are they come in different sizes compared to cats, and it requires different, when they put them to not sleep, put to sleep, but to put them under.
Anesthesia.
Yeah, there we go. It's different levels, so that's where the cost is the anesthesia.
And so when they're feral, is this going to be open to members of our community, or is it going to be organizations driven?
It will be to both. They book a time slot, and that's when those services will be performed.
So now in the past year, we asked that they track county resident versus city resident. Do we know if that happened?
Yeah, they provide that every service.
Okay. And so do we know what the percentage was of county versus city resident?
It was, Daisy, do you remember, it was pretty much like 50-50 depending on per weekend.
Not good. So
Right.
we subsidize the county, and it's more about the animals. I get that.
Right.
But it's time for our county counterparts to step up, in my opinion.
Yeah, and I'll pressure them because, like I said, we knew this question was coming, and I believe they are very open to doing their part.
Well, I hope so, because it doesn't feel that way to me based on the fact that we're having a similar conversation more than a year later.
Right.
So thank you.
I'll tell
Appreciate
them
it.
we would like to see results this
Yeah,
year.
yeah. Like is a kind word.
Thank you. Any other questions? Comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
Yes, we have one speaker on Zoom, Brooke Wright. We will unmute you. Go ahead.
You're still muted, Brooke. There you go.
Hi, sorry about that. Oh, I'm so glad that I could just chime in a little bit. This is actually a follow-up to what Monica shared about the foodware ordinances and some of the questions that came up. There was a question about what other cities are doing. And I just wanted to share that one, I don't want to.
Are we talking about, I'm sorry, are we talking about the SNP program?
No, I had raised my hand during Monica's presentation.
Yeah, once we close that, we have to move on to the next item. Sorry.
No problem.
Sorry about that.
There are no other comments for this item.
Thank you. I'd like to add, I think the county with some of the new supervisors, I think we're finally going to get there. There seems to be more of an effort, and the groups that capture or help with the feral cats, they really do a tremendous job. But it will be nice to finally have the county help here, because it's been way too many years and a lot of dollars coming out of the city to take care of some of the county problems. But I have hope, because I know we've done a lot of good things in the last year with the new board. I'm sure we can get there. So thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Yes.
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Thank you.
We'll move to item F5. F, right?
F5, yes. This item is for the council to consider a resolution declaring its expectation that it will issue tax exempt bonds for capital projects for the water system, therefore preserving the ability to reimburse for such expenditures from bond proceeds if and when they issue in the future. As a reminder to council that during the budget, we also talked about issuing some bonds for the water fund to start repairing our old water lines. We're currently working on a rate study so that we can do that. But with that understanding, that's why we're going to incur costs. So we would like to reimburse the general fund for those costs. And that's what this item does, is preserves, it allows us to start the clock of what costs that we have so that we can reimburse ourselves. And James from our bond counsel is on the line if you have any questions also.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
So moved.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye. Motion carries. We'll
you.
go now to item F6.
Thank you again. Feel like I'm on a roll here. This item is for council to consider approving the implementation of an updated pilot operating agreement for the stand-up electric scooter sharing program with Bird Rides, Inc. As we discussed, we did not have a revenue piece of the pilot program. Council asked that I bring back having negotiations with Bird and see what we can do. So what they have agreed to is to provide us a $500 registration fee and then provide us 15 cents per ride. So the more it's promoted by the public, the more rides that they do, the more revenue that we would get. So I'm available for questions.
I know Mr. Burns has a question on this one.
Thank you, Mayor. I guess I'm on a roll like the city manager here. So I do. Mr. Miller, can you tell me how many rides in the pilot program so far? What I'm thinking about is if it costs me $1 to ride it for 5 minutes, I'm just picking arbitrary numbers here. Okay, but 15 cents on a buck is 15% in my dirty old school math. And I'm wondering if that's a reasonable amount of money. I like the $500, but that's pocket change. And so for me, I want to know what your thoughts are and what they were able to provide us that gave you the comfort to go, yeah, 15 cents makes sense, because I want to believe.
Yeah, I think the issue was, they have, I believe they're going to start out with 50. Now we're up to about 100 scooters in the area. They felt that there was potentially a higher amount, but they just said that with 100 scooters, they just couldn't produce it. But the 15% ride, I think that's when you log on, you have to pay about 15 cents just to log on. And it felt fair because as more people use it, that we could actually potentially make more than the initial offer. But the number of rides, I don't have it off the top of my head right now.
Okay, because I want to make more. Saying that, I'm also in reading the information provided in the council packet. If I read it correctly, it says something to the extent that it renews automatically. And so for me, I don't want that. I would prefer for it to be brought to council maybe a month before the agreement expires, because I think this could change depending on collisions and other issues that could happen. And so for me, I'm not comfortable with the automatic renewal part of that issue.
Yeah, that would be, if this is something you want to continue with, I would ask that you make that as part of your motion.
Okay. And then finally, I'd like to hear from our fire chief and our police chief if they have any concerns. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? To add on to Mr. Burns' question, the $500, is that per year?
That would be per year, yes.
And did they provide us any information on some of the other contracts they have and what percentages were shared with that?
Yeah, what it was a flat fee per scooter per day. And I believe it was like $1 a scooter per day is what others have charged. But there's a combination of either the two that we found was 15 cents a ride or a flat fee per number of scooters in the area.
And that is what they're doing with other cities.
Correct.
So we're sure.
Well, one or the other, correct.
Same page. Okay. Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
Just one real quick. I'd like to know how many, it's too bad we don't have any information on how many people have been riding these. I mean, it seems like they go in spurts actually, especially down 7th Street, but are we going to be able to have any data to show us in the future? And can we request that, since if we go with 50, so we have the option of 15 cents or 15 cents per ride or $1 per scooter a day?
with Bird, they said that they cannot do the per scooter charge, but they were willing to negotiate the 15 cents per ride and the registration fee.
I do
But
also.
sorry, well, we'll get you that information. We'll get the council on a quarterly basis, or we'll find out if they can even do it monthly for us.
I'm not really looking to that we're gonna we're gonna fix an alley with this money. But yeah, you know, it is a service to the community that I do see a lot of people riding them. I've seen you ride them. I was worried when I seen you ride it, actually, to tell you the truth, but you did good. And it's like, you know what, there is the people that do have accidents on these scooters. But for the most part, I see that they're very useful around town. But I'd like to see a little bit more revenue be generated.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was pretty excited when they first came and approached us, but I've got to be honest, I'm not as enthusiastic as I was then for a number of different reasons. So I'm just wondering, have you guys got access to that data? Have you been in contact? Because we don't see it here at the council level. So if so, how has your communication been with Bird? Are they responsive to you? Are you getting that data? Also, they promised us, we talked about this before, a kickoff event with free helmets. I never heard of such a thing. So also they talked about your first free ride. I have not seen how you get your first free ride. Is that something that's happening? So I guess I'm a little disappointed because I heard all these things up front and then there was no follow through from what I seen. I could have missed it. So I'm just wondering about those things. And then when does our existing contract end with them?
To go with the kickoff meeting, they had that at one of our events when we had our Saturday events downtown. So they did that. The first free ride, I believe, is in the app. Somehow, when you log on, they give you a free ride on. It's been a while since I've logged on, but I believe that's how you got your free app. And then the contract. Oh, sorry. I believe it. Sorry, I don't have the end date, but we'll make sure we get that on with the contract.
And the free helmets, we got those too?
Correct.
Okay, so I missed that. My apologies. I just want to ensure that if we're going to be partnering with them, that they're very responsive to you and the constituents' needs, and that we are going to enter an agreement that's going to be beneficial for the city and the residents. Thank you.
Correct. And to respond to that, they've been very responsive to us.
One other thing I'd like to say too is the team that's here in Hollister that maintains and collects them and parks them. They've been really responsive to when they're all over town, they'll pick them up and go put them in their parking spots or where they're easily accessible to places. And I really commend them on that, because when they're all just like thrown around and dropped and left on the curbs and in the streets and on sidewalks and bushes and stuff, it's like that would be really I wouldn't be for this program. And I think that's one of the main reasons I support this program, is because they do take care of their the birds. They don't let the birds stay on the ground.
Thank you. I agree with Mr. Burns, making sure it's just not an automatic renewal. I think it's important to make sure we're having the conversation and the numbers each time. And I have seen the person that does take care of them. She works hard. I have seen her. Those things are heavy. She throws them around like they're nothing. So
yeah, same here. I've seen her. I'm very impressed.
Amazing. So with that, did I ask if there's any comment cards already?
We have no speakers for this item.
All right. Is there a motion?
So moved.
Mayor, I have a follow-up question first.
Okay, go ahead, sir.
Could we get, I don't know if the fire chief is still in the building or not, but could we get a comment from our chief of police and fire chief?
Yes. Yeah, he just stepped over. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, we have been asked in regards to the number of reports that we've had involving these scooters. Very few reports. Some of the reports we had was the scooters themselves getting vandalized
And the young lady you spoke to worked with us to complete that report. And I do believe there was an arrest made in that incident. But very few reports in regards to anything negative with those scooters. I would say that it is permitted to ride them without a helmet as long as they're not exceeding 15 miles an hour. And that's one of the things that I've requested, is that those devices can be reduced so not go over that speed, so that there's no difference there if somebody's going faster. I think that's the safest way to 15 miles an hour may not sound like a lot, but if you're on it and you hit something, it's going to hurt. And I think I did speak with, is he coming? I'll let him speak for himself. But yeah, that there hasn't been a huge amount of problems, a lot associated with them. You did mention some of them being thrown around, but she does a really good job. We call her and she goes out and she addresses any issues that we have.
Yeah, and I'll add for the responsiveness, when the request was to lower them down to 15, they did it right away, which I noticed between rides. I like the speed, but the 15 is a lot safer. speed.
So that has been taken care of already.
Yeah.
Awesome. Good job.
They have a low odometer, and they'll tell you how fast you're going.
Awesome. Good job.
Yes.
Asking about the birds and if you have any.
I was
stories you
asked
wanna tell
about if there was any injuries in that vicinity that the birds are being used. And no, we had a total of, I think it was one and maybe another one, but it was only confirmed that we had one injury caused by the scooter. I'm thinking that there was going to be more, but the analysis that we did, and we continue to do it, we only received one, which, to be honest, it surprised us. We thought there would be more. No significant issues.
Thank you. Appreciate that. For the council, I'd like to make a friendly amendment to what's here. I would like to see us move forward and continue the program, but I would also like us to earmark the money that is received from the program for our Police Explorer program to fund activities for our police explorers. And so I'd put that out there for council consideration.
Support that.
I can go for that.
Sure. You accept, do you agree then?
Yes.
Friendly amendment. You made the motion? You're okay with it?
Mhm.
Okay, there's a motion and a friendly amendment. Is very
Question. Are we going to address the issue of renewing the contract automatically, or can you just take that and do that with the direction the council is giving you?
I prefer you make that in the motion.
Okay. So how does that work? We've never made an amendment to an amendment.
Another friendly amendment.
Okay.
To the friendly
I
amendment.
will.
Yes.
If it's okay with the council and my colleagues, I'd like to make another friendly amendment that
That it doesn't automatically renew.
that the contract does not automatically renew, that we put a date certain to that. Thank you.
You accept that friendly amendment? Yes. Okay. So the motion, is there a second?
I have a comment on that. So why wouldn't we evaluate the contract? Is that part of the not renewing? Is the evaluation of the contract, which should be embedded as part of the contract?
We talked about when it comes up again, that's part of it to bring all the information.
Okay. Was I seconding?
You
I
made
don't know
the
where we're
motion.
at.
You made the motion. Was there a second from someone?
Where are we at?
We need a second.
I'll second.
Motion is second, all in favor?
Yes. Aye.
Aye.
Yes.
Motion carries 5-0. Move to F7.
This item is for the council to consider adopting a resolution that would authorize the city manager and the city attorney to amend a memorandum of understanding between the city of Hollister, San Benito County, and city of San Juan Bautista by expanding the use of the funds for substance payments to low-income residents for utility payments from just eligible city residents to eligible county residents in an effort to expand the funds before May 2022 deadline. If you recall, this was CDBG money that was agreed upon for all three agencies that to split split up and to help with anybody that was behind in their utility payments. Hollister did a great job. We used up all our funds right away. We actually have a waiting list, but San Juan Bautista and the county are not able to give out their money. So instead of returning the money back to the federal government, is that we expand this open to everyone, which would pretty much benefit the citizens of Hollister by doing this. So that I believe there's about $90,000 to $100,000 worth of funds still available. So that would be great to help out our residents.
Council member, your point.
Oh, you're gonna let me go first? Oh, my God.
I didn't know.
Tim, are you okay with that?
Are you?
I am.
You're-
Wait a minute,
your
you're
point is
gonna throw off
solid.
my role.
Go ahead.
How much did the city
Initially,
distribute?
I believe it was around 100. I'll have to get you that number, but I thought it was around.
Just a
100.
ballpark.
Yeah, that was between 100 and 150,000. already.
Awesome. That's great. That's great. Thank you,
Councilmember
everybody.
Burris, Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. So in my mind, this is no brainer. You can't lose in this situation, but once those funds are spent, if there is still a need, I know in other communities that I'm familiar with, they've taken and they've allocated some of the ARP money towards this. And so if we get to that point, I would like to know, because I think I have an appetite for that conversation. If we have people in need, I think this could be a use for some of that money as well. So I just want to share that. Thank you, Mayor.
Any other questions, comments? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers for this item.
Thank you. Is there a motion? There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Thank you again.
We'll now move to item F8.
Good evening, Mayor Velasquez and City Council, Tina Garza, Recreation Services Manager. The item before you is resolution number 2022-48, and this is a resolution of the City Council, the City of Hollister adopting the Art and Culture Commission bylaws and public art policy and rescinding in its entirety resolution 2016-59.
Thank you. Is there any questions from council?
Yes.
Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have some questions. So I usually watch the meetings, but I haven't lately. I'll be honest with you. I've missed them. Sorry about that. What was the decision from the commission regarding park? Can you explain that? I know it's in your report, but can you explain that to us?
After reading Parks bylaws, I mean, not bylaws, but the policy for public art, the commission decided that they would like to follow similar to what was already in place. And they supported the ideas behind it. So just kind of reached out to San Benito Arts Council, and we were able to use some of the same language for the public art policy.
Another question. So I noticed that the commission was changed a bit, right? Initially, we made the commission, and the bylaws are stating now that there's going to be 2 additional members that are non-voting. So how did that conversation come to be? Why are there 2 new additional members?
Because in most of our bylaws within any commission, each council member has a representative from their district. But the Arts Commission wanted a youth commissioner, and then they also wanted someone either from the downtown area or someone from the Arts Council, just because they have, the Arts Council has been a big supporter of arts in the downtown area. So they just want that history and that knowledge. But they decided that only the 5 representatives that council approved originally would be voting, and the other 2 would just, our other 2 representatives would just have a voice, but not a vote.
Okay, I'll probably have further comments, but I'll wait until after public comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Morales?
Can you talk a little bit about how this commission or the bylaws are going to impact the general plan? I saw that as part of the resolution. And then there's a lot of steps here. Can you talk about the process implications to consensus and timelines. And also there's a section here about fundraising, talk about what that means and just more information.
There's a few questions. So the impact that it will have on the general plan is the ACC will be a part of that art component or beautification of the Hollister community. So they would have the say, they would approve any art in the city of Hollister. You had a couple of other questions. What was your other one?
The consensus building timelines of the general plan. There's also, how is this commission going to be working in collaboration with the other various commissions? And then how does that come back to council, if any? Just want to see the totality of how the, if we have the various meetings, what's going to go, is there going to be coordination? Is there going to be communication? I definitely don't want timelines to be implicated. And if there is no consensus, whether it be one or various commissions, how does that move forward? And then does any of that come back to council?
The ACC works very closely with our Parks and Recreation Commission, especially if there's arts in the park. We recently received a presentation from the Planning Commission on some of the beautifications that are happening on San Felipe. So we're all coordinating together. But what happens is the commission approves or recommends, I should say, whatever the presentation is. And then from here, it's presented to council, and the council will have the final approval on any type of art in our area or beautification projects. Can you expand a little bit on timelines, what you need for them?
So with some of the roadblocks that I've seen with working with commissions is that the time of when they meet, the time it takes for various commissions to talk to each other and have those scheduled, and then the time that it takes to work with the various partners to come to an agreement on a project. I don't want that to negatively impact in any way the general plan. And so can you talk about what the timeline, is it a week? Is it 2? Is it 5 months? Is it 2 years? Is it, 15 years? Can you give me a sense of what those timelines look like?
Our commission does meet monthly, and we have a few projects for the Art and Council Commission going on right now. There's around 3 to 4 different projects. And at our last meeting, we created an ad hoc committee just to speed up the process. And then from there, they want to create some timelines. We have the Clean California project that we're working on, and we just met today. That's a quick turnaround. That's coming back to council, I think, in May. So we're meeting. When we create an ad hoc committee, it's only 2 of our commissioners that meet along with staff and anyone else from the public that's involved. And then those 2 commissioners will present at the next ACC meeting the outcome of the ad hoc meetings. So they move along pretty quickly. Our Parks and Recreation Commission usually does. The ACC has only been in existence for a year. So we started our first meeting in February of 2021. So the bylaws did take them a little bit. They were unsure, but it was a great way for them to collaborate and work through some things and communicate with each other.
And I'm going to add too, it's just like we have special meetings for the council. If there's something that needs to be moved through that's time sensitive, they can have special meetings also.
We've already had a few. Yes. So there's also what City Manager Miller said.
So I totally support the arts, the ACC. You said something about that it took a while for the bylaws to be put together. So before any projects could be actually taken on, you had to create the bylaws, correct?
Yes.
So when, because I was thinking about earlier with the 150th, it's like I thought we did invite them, but because they didn't have the formation together, that they weren't able to participate. But I don't know, forget about all that, erase. But I'm so happy to look, I'm looking forward to, like when I went to that meeting, to see the the city flag contest that we can also unveil during the 150th celebration. So I'm looking
Yes.
forward to that.
We have a
It's-
committee working on that,
and
the
it's
ad
like-
hoc.
I totally support this, and it's like good things are happening with these people, with these residents and committees. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have another question, Mr. Burns?
I do, Mayor. Thank you. So my understanding is, Tina, that the commission is in support of what you're presenting tonight, correct?
Yes,
Okay.
they
How
approved
many
it.
vacancies on that committee or commission do we currently have?
There's currently one vacancy.
One. Okay. And so I guess my only concern is I don't know that there's a whole lot of incentive to be a advisory member to the committee. And so personally, I think if people are going to invest their time and they come with subject matter expertise, or if they're committed to the process, I would actually like to see the two advisory positions be allowed to vote as well. I think that would be, I don't know that it'd be an incentive, but I think it would reinforce that their opinion matters and their commitment matters. And so that's the only concern I have. Thank you.
Councilman Burns, we did have that discussion, and the concern was, would we have a quorum for the 7? And I think it's even in our other commissions, but if it can be supported, then.
Yeah, we're having trouble right now getting like the youth commissioners on. So then, because I was looking at for their meetings, the quorum right now is 3. Like you said, if she makes it 4, then your 2 advisory people don't show up, then you might have an issue.
Understood. Maybe a conversation for another time. Thank you.
Thank you. Did you have another comment, sir? Do we have any? Go ahead, Ms. Morales.
Application, do you know what anticipated cost for that would be?
The final approval would be up to the council, but in this year's budget, I would like to request a budget of at least 5,000. We have currently there are some utility boxes within the city that may need to be touched up. And that's just kind of a budget to maintain that. We have some other projects that are already funded by either a grant or just by a grant, but the funding would come from our general fund.
Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers on this item.
Mr. Resendez, do you have a comment?
I do. I've got some some thoughts and ideas. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do think so. If I'm being quite honest, I worked on the Public Art and Review Committee policy for a few years ago when we first adopted it. My number one concern, along with other local artists, was that sometimes certain agencies tend to dominate or monopolize the industry, and then other artists all over the community kind of might be excluded from that, okay? I do have some concerns about the changing of the bylaws and the members. If we look at the way the commission is now, and that's just the way it is now, we've got the assistant executive director, that's a voting member, and we've got, before the one vacancy, there was 1, 2, 3 artists that I know are funded by the Arts Council, and there's one member of the public that's not an artist. So I think that if we had another person on there from the Arts Council, I would imagine it would be the executive director, Jennifer Lane, then that might influence some decision-making of them. I would really like to see the youth 100%. And if they want to be having votes, I think that's great. I want to see kids from the high school. So I would request, if the council would allow me to do so, that if you want to have 7 members, that's fine, but let's have 2 of them be appointed. And if they're going to be voting, that's fine, from our youth council, or they don't have to vote. Either way, I'd really love to see the youth involved in the council. I'm not too keen on having an advisory position on there, so I'd like to see that stricken out. The other thing is, I think that they did a really great job with rescinding the Public Arts Review Committee. That's going to fall under what the Arts and Culture Commission was made for
Yes.
anyhow, right?
Yes.
So, and they can always, it's kind of like an umbrella. The Arts and Culture Commission is an umbrella that's going to encompass all these things. They can always make an ad hoc to address any public arts, but it should just go straight to the council, I would imagine, or to the commission, I'm sorry. Those are my thoughts. So I would like to see just one advisory youth member, not somebody from the Arts Council, because we do have plenty of representation from the Arts Council. And if that's okay. And then the last thing is, and I know this is not 100% agendized for this discussion, but it's kind of related. Where are we at with the impact fees? Because that's important. If we can bring back a policy for the impact fees to fund art, then that will in turn generate revenue for them. So where are we at with that discussion? I know you guys were working on it really hard.
Yes.
No.
I'll bring up
Attorney.
Abraham Prado.
I think it's part.
Thank you, Tina. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. So we've been doing some research. As you know, when we updated our fees last July, when the Development Services Department updated their fees last July, we had a lot of assistance from a company called Wilden Financial. So we reached out to them to see if they can help us with creating an impact fee for the Arts Council. And so we had various meetings, and what they came back to us is basically saying that it actually doesn't have to become an ordinance. It doesn't have to take the same measures or the same approach as we did with the update of the fees. So it can actually be adopted via a resolution. So in talking with them, we got various examples of other cities that are doing similar impact fees, that have implemented similar impact fees for their arts program. And so what we're doing right now is trying to get something prepared so that way we can bring it to you as soon as possible for adoption. I think we might bring it to them, to the ACC first as a recommendation, formal recommendation to the city council. Bless you.
Amazing. Thank you. I think that's where we're missing out on funds that we can allocate to the Arts and Culture Commission anytime there's new development. So I would be very happy to see that. If it's okay, I'm prepared to make a motion.
Is there any other questions or comments?
Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
I would absolutely support Councilmember Resendez's amendment. And I would like to see those youth being a complete part and have the ability to vote. I think their opinion makes a difference and could have a very positive influence, not only on what happens, but what happens moving forward as we turn people over as well. So thank you.
Thank you. All right, is there a motion?
I got a question.
Go ahead, sir.
Is District 1 the only vacancy?
Yes, but we opened it up to citywide
Okay.
on your recommendation.
Okay.
Okay.
Just want to make sure.
Yeah, I just kind of want to, like I said, warn everybody that right now we don't have a full youth commission. In fact, we don't have enough to make a quorum. So like I say, I'm kind of concerned that I think it's a great idea. I just don't want to have now another commission that now can't meet because we're waiting on you.
Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
follow-up question. Maybe we change the language so that they don't have to be part of the youth commission. They just have to be a youth.
Perfect.
And maybe they don't have the interest on a broader range, but maybe we've got some aspiring artists or people that are artsy that are, we're cultivating our culture here. And so maybe we simplify it, make it easier.
That would help.
Okay. One last, are you going? Yeah. What can we do? I'm just kind of brainstorming here. What can we do can we do something at the school itself, set up something in front when everyone's coming to school to say, hey, we need art council, we need youth council. Are we doing anything to reach out to them to say, hey, we need you guys, we want you guys, what you think is important?
Absolutely. And one of our commissioners is a teacher at the high school, and that was her idea. That's what she would like to move forward with, but she didn't want to until we can until our bylaws were approved.
And you know, if I can help out in any way to go out there to advocate, to juggle, whatever.
I think that she was going to promote it. Are we allowed on campus? That was my question to her. So she was going to outside people.
If there's
Yeah.
any way you guys think I can be of service, let me know.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, I move that we adopt resolution number 2022-48 with the following amendments. That we do have the 5 commissioners on there and 2 youth members from the community. And are we going to do, is there any way we can amend the language so that if we have problems putting them on there, or it's got to be that they're voting members or not voting members? Do you have any thoughts on that?
I would recommend that you specify whether or not they're voting
All right.
members here.
As voting members. That's my motion. Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Yes.
Aye.
Motion carries 5-0. Move to item F9.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. Good evening. Abraham Prado, Development Services Department Interim Director, Planning Manager. Section 65400 of the Government Code requires that a planning agency annually review its general plan and bring it forward to the City Council for adoption of a resolution and provide get direction from the City Council to submit the report to the State Office of Planning and Research and to the State Office of Housing and Community Development, HCD. As you know, the general plan is a tool for protecting the city's history while it guides present land uses and provides a vision for the city's future. I would like just to clarify that this is not a report on the update of the general plan that the city has been working very hard on for the last 2 years. This is not for the 2040 general plan. This is for our existing 2005 to 2023 general plan. It's an annual progress report that we are required to do annually. And I've actually been bringing it before the City Council since I was an assistant planner in 2007. Yearly, we've been bringing it before you for implementation and for adoption. And this is going to be a focus on the 2021 year. Regarding the land use element of the general plan, the Planning Commission approved various entitlements in the year 2021. And all projects were consistent with the city's general plan. All projects had findings in the resolution of consistency with the general plan. Among these were for housing, industrial, and commercial entitlements. For example, in housing, in 2021, there was a total of 306 residential units consisting of a majority of multifamily. So there was 148 entitlements for multifamily apartments. There was 116 entitlements for single-family residential units, 14 entitlements for townhomes, 28 entitlements for duet units. And just for the public's information, the duets are actually similar to duplexes, which are 2 units that are attached, but they are each on their own lots, as opposed to a duplex, which is 2 units on 1 lot. And then separate from the Planning Commission entitlements, there is 10 ADUs that the city of Hollister actually approved, accessory dwelling units. And that's all, the ADUs are administrative. And that was for a total of 306 mixture of housing units with the majority of multifamily in 2021. In regards to commercial and industrial, we had a total of 154,774 square feet of industrial and commercial space for entitlement that was approved in 2021. Consistent with the general plan and industrial business park, light industrial, and of course the commercial and the general commercial area. One of the major developments under construction currently, as you all know, is the Holiday Inn Express, the 93-room 4-story hotel on Gateway Drive. As you know, it got entitlements in 2019. It broke ground in 2020, And the hope is that it gets finalized and receives a final occupancy permit this year, hopefully by the summertime, if not by the fall of this year. We would like to really point out that no matter who the client is, if it's somebody who's coming in for a 40,000 square foot industrial building or in our industrial business park, or if it's somebody who would like to expand their existing single family residential unit because their family is expanding, no matter who that is. I was walking home to the office from our downtown at lunch today, and there was a lady, Maria, Spanish speaking lady, who unfortunately she went through a calamity in her house a few months ago, and we've been working with her. She has her with the building permits, and today she was literally in tears, letting me know that her insurance kicked in and she can now start the construction project of her home. And I mean, it really, whoever it may be, we focus our divided attention, no matter what it is, if it's an industrial business park or if it's somebody who wants to expand for their livelihood of their family. It's very important that we provide that attention to them individually, our devoted attention to each person. And I would like to add that these reports are very, very important. I wasn't here when the 2005 general plan was adopted. I actually started 2 years later in 2007, but I know that there is a lot of work that goes into these reports, into the general plan, as we're finding now with this 2040 general plan update. And so very important that we provide these annual reports for various reasons. One, if you go to the website, the state website of Office of Planning and Research, the Office of Planning and Research, or HCD, you will see that not all jurisdictions provide these reports. And so we know that these documents, general plan is basically a public document prepared by the people for the people. So I think it's very important that we come before you and we provide these annual general plan progress reports. We have them online, and let the public know all of our implementation efforts from day one and all the way to 2023. And the hope is that by next year, fingers crossed, we will start the implementation of annual general plan progress report for the 2040 general plan. But that's one reason, very, very important reason to do so. And other reasons are, for example, there's actually a great opportunity for grant funding from the state. Some of these grants are competitive, and some of these grants are actually non-competitive. As long as we do this, we present it to the council on a yearly basis, and the council gives us direction to submit to the state. Some of these grants that are competitive, one of their main requirements is, does the jurisdiction adopt the resolution for their annual general plan progress report? And if the checkbox is marked yes, then we have a higher availability for getting these grants. And then there's also those that are non-competitive. As an example, the city council back in 2019 the city received a grant. It's called the Housing Related Parks Program Grant. It was just directly awarded to the city council, City of Hollister, in the amount of $659,573, just because we've been doing our annual implementation. And with that, the council decided to implement the majority of the funding to the McCarthy Park right next to San Andreas School. And in 2009, that park opened up. So there's a lot of benefits to this. And as indicated previously, the complete report is in your packets with all the details, all the items that went to the city council in regards to the Development Services Department implementation of the general plan, and all the planning commission approvals and entitlements as well. And with this, the recommendation is that the city council review the annual 2021 general plan progress report, consider any written and or oral public comments, and approve resolution number 2022-49. 49, yes. Accepting the report and directing staff to forward the report to the State Office of Planning and Research and the California Department of Housing and Community Development as required by Section 65400 of the Government Code. Thank you. Are there any questions for staff?
Thank you. Any questions from council? Councilman Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. Sir, can you remind me the number of multifamily housing units that are entitled, have received entitlement?
Absolutely, Councilmember Tim. For the year 2021, there was a total of 148 entitled multifamily apartments. Basically, there was about 130 north of Buena Vista on a site that's right next to Kuiper Homes. Just to the west of that, it was known as the Gonzalez property, but Kuiper Homes is actually the developer. 12 units here on 500 San Benito Street. It's a historic building. Heard some comments earlier in regards to the district. It's in our downtown historic district. We actually got we retained the services of a historic consultant who actually did a study on the entire site, paid for by the applicant. And we have 12 units entitled on the floors above the restaurant, and a few others here and there for a total of 148.
So now, remind me, I think as part of our negotiations with Award Homes up off of Fairview, originally they had committed to do 50 multifamily units or apartments, as I recall, and they've increased that by 50. So is that number reflective of that commitment as well?
That is not. That is coming though. One of the requirements is for us to actually bring it to this to the Planning Commission this year for an actual site and architectural. The commitment was just the numbers, as you mentioned, for a total of 100 multifamily units. And so now we would like to, we are requiring them to come in prior to any, I believe off the top of my head, I have to look at the contract, but off the top of my head, I believe it's prior to issuance of any building permits for phase number 2, getting a site and architectural approval so we can see what those multifamily units are going to look like.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that for me. I appreciate that.
You're very welcome.
My lay sense is that we're making progress. I don't know percentage wise, but I know this council and past councils have been very concerned about multifamily housing and affordable housing. And so it feels to me like we're making some progress here, and I'm hoping that you're going to affirm what I'm guessing.
I am affirming, absolutely, Councilmember Tim. I think that the council's concerns have actually been loud and clear, not only with us as staff in the city, but actually to the community as a whole. And it's very nice when we get developers that come in and are telling us, like the 130 units, fully multifamily apartments, and if it's not that, if it's on a low density residential zoning designation, then even though we don't have, it's part of our update of our general plan that we are going to want to have policy implementation to actually require multifamily units. Right now, they're actually providing us with a certain percentage of multifamily, even at 100% low density residential sites. They're bringing that forward because they hear you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. It sounds like the council in the past council and this council has rung the bell, and the bell has been heard. So thank you to you and your staff as well. I very much think this is a not only necessary, but a really good report to have on a regular basis, because I think it helps to reinforce whether we're doing well or we need to improve. So thank you for your service, sir.
You're very welcome. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments?
I did, I know it's potentially not part of this, but can you speak a little bit more about what's considered like the green belt or buffer zones as part of our, like this existing general plan as part of that report, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much, Councilmember Dolores. So with this existing general plan, and of course, we are implementing policy for future general plan in regards to actual creating agricultural buffers. But in this, on this particular general plan, we do have an open space green belt, essentially, that's been adopted by the council in our land use map, that's located on the west side of, diagonally, basically running along the San Benito River. And what it is from 156 and from 156 and San Benito near Buena Vista, all along to Union Road. And so 156 and Buena Vista and Union Road are outside of the city limits, but they are within the planning area of the city of Hollister. Basically, it's mostly in the unincorporated area, but the city has taken notice that eventually that's where the city is going to be expanding. So from this point, since 2005, the council at that point decided that it was important that that designations were placed in the land use map to basically indicate that this is how we should be expanding as a city. And so all along that area is designated open space, and it's in conjunction with the trail that the city is working on to place all along the west side of town, such as where Apricot Lane is currently located, with the Apricot Lane development that occurred back in around 2015. And that's going to be connected with the overall master plan that the city and the county have been working for that long trail all along the west side of the city of Hollister and along the county. So at this point, it's been designated and it's implemented when we have implemented in the past when developments have occurred, such as the Apricot Lane development, and for any future development along the west side of town, we would require that the open space park is actually implemented, and or if there are any funds that the city of Hollister would like to dedicate to actually implement, or the county of San Benito, that's where the park trail would be. So that's a buffer that currently exists with our general plan. You're very welcome.
Thank you. I think another important part, as Mr. Burns mentioned, was the multifamily finally really requiring it and making progress. But also very important is the commercial part of this. 176,000 square feet. There are some that like to claim we don't want commercial and so on. That's absolutely false. And 176,000 feet proves that point. So very important to our community because it brings jobs, keeps people off the roads, and lets families spend more time with their families. So good job. And the new general plan is really going to set it to a whole new level. And I'm excited as we move forward. Do we have any speaker cards?
We do. The first speaker is Willis Pack.
Thank you. My name formally is Willis Pack. I have been also known as Skip here in Hollister and known as both over a number of years. In any case, I am here with several other landowners. We are on Buena Vista Road out in that general area, moving from the developed area and stopping more or less at 156. We've been involved agriculturally all our lives in one form or another. I currently lease my land, for example. We became aware of a possibility that reflected to a degree what Director Prado said about the Greenbelt area. And this was new and something of a shock to us. Now we fully realize that it actually has nothing to do with this report. So I'm going to make that part of it quick. But I will say that I started the process when there was a request for public input on the 2040 general plan. I participated in a couple of the Zoom meetings in the early part of the pandemic, and the whole thing has kind of gone quiet. And so we're concerned about participation in the process from here forward, rather than waiting for you to be presented with a proposal with 4 or 5 alternatives, much in the same way that the redistricting was handled. And I imagine that's kind of a standard process. So we want to emphasize what we saw that alarmed us was a change from the current general plan, in which our land is, since we're all within the planning area, was for low density residential. This new information suggested that one of the alternatives at least would consider that it would all be turned into agriculture. Even though this ground's going to be farmed until somebody either makes our lives out there as residents too unpleasant, because the traffic is monumental to someone who grew up here in the 50s. and or, you know, we get an offer we can't refuse. You know, that's kind of the way it works. What happens when it goes from the low density residential to agriculture is that it constricts the funding availability for operating capital for farms. And that is a big concern. So while, thank you,
sir.
I think you get the hint.
Yeah.
But we would love to be included and aware of the process as it moves forward and not look to see a result. You know,
It will become
6
public
weeks
soon.
before the council meetings begin for first hearings and adoption.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Tony Alameda.
Good evening, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity to talk about to this point. Skip is right on the money. I guess I am that farmer out there, and I farm San Juan Valley and Salinas Valleys, and these modern ag is tough. It is tough. When anytime you guys hear about modern ag, it's probably some sort of food recall, you know, and we're in the thick of that stuff. We grow romaine, we handle head lettuce, the cilantro that you might smell through the valley, or the kale that's out there in the middle of San Juan Valley. That's what we do. And it's a beautiful valley, beautiful area. I grew up in Fremont, born and raised in Fremont, farmed Fremont. My father up there, watched how that developed, and where there's beautiful weather, people want to live. It is a challenge when you have the interface between the community and that farm. A commercial farm, there's a lot of stuff that goes on out there, a lot of dirt flying, noise going. From a food safety standpoint, I can't have anybody on these farms, or you can't walk your dog. It's funny, we talked about the animal, the neutering of the cat. The cat I have at home evidently came from that program because it's clipped ear, because I captured it out there in my field right there off of Buena Vista. So we own property out there. We love farming. That's what we do. There are certain areas that are more conducive to it, and just how that area is, it's challenged for water. It's always been challenged over there for water. Some of the blue valves that we talk about, they were really kind of avoided that area, I believe, because it was slated for development over the years. So they didn't really network that infrastructure into some of that area. But it's you know, it's a difficult situation. I understand everybody loves to have the open space surrounding them and stuff, but it is difficult when you put the interface of the farm right up against the community. It makes it a challenge. And like I say, we grow the lettuces and romaines, the baby spinach, and that's really what's driven the industry. We had walnut trees out there. You start looking at water usage too. Maybe a walnut tree will use 4 to 5 acre feet of water. Maybe a tomato crop will use 3 acre feet of water out there. Our vegetables probably use 3 to 4 acre feet. You got to have water, and without that water, you can't drive that situation, the economics required to make those operations prosperous out there. So it is a huge impact when you take it from a low density situation that was, I believe, planned on for quite a while. And then all of a sudden we flip it and put it to ag. That's a blow to everybody in the region out there economically. So anyway.
Thank you, sir.
Very good. Thank you, guys.
Next speaker is Tom Pereira.
Yeah, I'm Tom. I'm neighbors with, we have neighboring property with Skip and Tony. And my family's, you know, we're 6th generation in San Benito County. It's 5th and 6th generation on either side of my family. And I've been involved with that property out there the entirety of my life. And it's kind of, you know, more of the same of what both these gentlemen expressed is, you know, valuation takes a huge hit when the zoning potential changes. And if it gets locked in for who knows how many years, it's undetermined. But I was a kid when Via Hermosa was developed, okay? So we thought that was the natural area the city was going to grow, because all the arteries to get out of this town are on the west and north side, other than Pacheco Pass, right? So you already get the degradation of an extreme traffic flow coming from who knows where. When I was a kid, we knew everybody that came down Buena Vista Road. We knew everybody that went down Wright Road, every single person, because they had no business down there unless they lived there. Now it's an expressway. I moved back out there 10 years ago or so, more than that. And I had to move because I had young children, because the traffic is gotten so bad. So I think the road situation needs to be addressed, but mainly, I mean, the arteries are all, I mean, to get if you're going to Monterey, Santa Cruz, you got to get this direction. So why are we developing out in Fairview when you have to go all the way across town, one way or the other? And why did we put, I mean, you guys maybe didn't have that decision, but 156, what a disaster. 156 should have came from the Don Pacheco Y, which is with the intersection of 156 and 152, and gone over to Sargent and avoided town altogether. And we wouldn't have this massive, we wouldn't be widening the San Juan corridor. We wouldn't be having issues with the Balsa Road. They've talked about widenings there my entire life. What did we do in 25? Made a disaster out of it, messed around with it 3 times. And what do we have? The same road, same thing. 156. We're finally going to widen that. But I mean, the 156 coming through town, it was a disaster. And I don't know who made the decision there, but in the end, I think that before, and I also looked at the possible phases of these areas that are going to go back to ag being phased in. All the first 2, 3, the last phase is Buena Vista Road. Now, why would that be the last phase when it's the closest to those arteries that I just spoke about? It makes no sense to me. So, and like Skip said, we're probably not at the right meeting, and we just want to make you guys aware of it, and we want to get our voice out there so when these meetings take place for this general plan, we can be involved. Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments from council?
Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Gentlemen, I want to assure you that I've heard your comments. I can't say that I'm knowledgeable enough to know specifically how LDR would, being turned to ag would have an impact on your business and on your lives. But I've heard you. And I was going to ask Mr. Prado, but he was always a step ahead of me. I saw him over there, I think, giving out business cards. And so, Mr. Prado, Mr. Miller, I would just simply ask that we keep these fellows, these families in the loop so that when we do take on public comment as it relates to the update of the general plan, that they get enough advance notice that they can be prepared to speak. And Mayor, I don't know, but when that happens, my presumption is that would be at a regular council meeting.
Oh, yeah.
And my fear is that when we're talking about impacting people's lives and livelihood, that 3 minutes may not be enough. So I'm just going to put that out there now, that maybe we need to reassess that as we get closer to that meeting. And I'm not sure that this council chambers will be adequate. And frankly, that's what we want. We want community involvement, participation, can't talk, it's getting late, participation, engagement, because you're telling me things I don't know. And I appreciate that. And I've heard what you've said. And so for me, this is exactly what that process should look like. And so thank you for hanging out with us until 10:30 at night. And I know it's important to you, and I've heard you. So thank you, Mayor, for the opportunity to speak.
And don't feel like you have to leave yet either. You can hang out with us all night. Go get the pizzas for us. Any other questions, comments? Is there a motion?
So moved.
Motion, is there a second?
A second.
Motion and second, all in favor?
Aye.
Yes.
Mayor, you're
Oh,
going to have to do a roll call. Yeah.
Yeah, I just noticed Roland had to leave at 10. Roll call vote, please.
Okay. Councilmember Resendez,
Aye.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Velazquez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
We'll move now to item F10.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. This item is a resolution that mimics a recent resolution we had to order speed cushions, another 100 locations. As you recall, it was approved in a recent council meeting. And since then, we have had another dozen or so streets requested that we study. And in addition to that, we've done a little bit of a look ahead. We have we have a total of 21 streets in the study. We've installed speed cushions on 6 of them. 2 of those streets need to be finished. Actually, Beverly has one more location to be installed. We ran out of cushions, and we need to close some gaps on Sarah Vista that are a little too wide. So there'll be more speed cushions used there. And then we also have a couple of Buena Vista, which we just heard about. We're going to be installing there. That's 9,000 linear feet. So that's going to, and it's a little bit wider too. So it's going to use some speed cushions. I want to note that the 100 locations that was the kind of the template for the number of speed cushions that we're ordering is more a template for a West or Powell Street versus Sarah Vista Street. Sarah Vista and Beverly, a lot of these streets are much wider. Sally Street's another good example. They use more speed cushions. So the 100 locations doesn't always, which is why the gaps are bigger on Sarah Vista, because they were trying to hold to those number of cushions. So this is a request. We found it. We made the order based on your last approval, found out there's a 6-week lag time for deliveries. With the additional 11 streets, we're hoping to have all the studies done throughout April. So if we order these now, then hopefully by the time that they come in, we will have all the studies done and we'll be ready to install as we go. So the 100 that are coming in will help us get down the road. The next 100 will help us keep going down the road. So are there any questions?
Can we just order the other 100 too? Because we're going to be through those too. It's very popular. Go ahead, Councilmember Burns.
Thanks. So I kind of like the words down the road slowly.
Yeah.
So with that though, how many are we currently out of speed cushions?
Yeah, we've had to stop installing. Beverly, for instance, still has another location that needs to be done. We ran out.
Okay.
So
And so on Beverly, I don't remember, but I want to say we've got 6 or 7 rows currently in place of 3 cushions per row.
Mm-hmm.
So in that example, with what we've done, we've put somewhere between, I'm guessing, 18 to 21 cushions down in that area. So, and I know I've got requests out for Highland as well.
Mm-hmm.
And I've put out requests for engineering on Clearview and Nez Pierce also.
Mhm.
And I don't know whether they're going to meet the standard or not, but I could easily see just on those roadways alone, potentially using 50 or 60 cushions, because Clearview is the mother of all roads in length. And as you go east on Clearview, north on Clearview past Hillcrest, there are already speed bumps there that have been there for like 25 years.
Mhm.
So we don't have to worry about that. And that's not part of my council district to worry about anyway. Having said that, based on what I've heard you say, I think we need to go, and I'm the one that said no to 300, I think it was. But based on what I'm hearing you say, the probability is, even if only 10 of the streets that you're doing studies on reveals that we need to put them in or they're eligible, that we're going to blow through those 100 new cushions really quick. And so, Mayor, I could absolutely support increasing this order based on what I'm seeing and what I'm hearing. And the worst case scenario is what we warehouse 50 of them until the next situation.
Well, yes, and I will say that since we had this agenda item last, we got 11 more street requests in. So they're coming quick. So we may not be warehousing them for long.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate the clarity.
Yeah, and also I will say that the cushion, I think that what you're talking about is the 6-foot wide cushions that makes up one kind of bump between the spaces, right? Well, the truth is those are made up of 18-inch strips. And so it was on the edges, when we need to widen them up, like on Beverly, we add strips to the middle. So those 100 locations get reduced because now we're getting wider, right? So That's so the wider streets such as, like the Beverly's and the Sarah Vistas and the Buena Vistas and Sally Street, those ones take more, you're not getting the same number of locations out of them. So,
Well, now I know Tim took all the cushions.
yeah.
Any other questions, comments?
Yeah, I can just see when we ordered that thing over the entrance to Hollister. Welcome to Hollister's City of Speed Humps. I will not buy anymore. I think that we are facing a problem. It's going to become epidemic. You're going to have speed humps all over the place, and I don't think that's the way our streets should be in Hollister. They have appropriate places, and I don't think on every street is going to be good. You yourself watch how the numbers are going to just grow because everybody wants one, because in front of their house someone speeds. It's like it's a problem that's coming up, and it's not a good thing.
Councilman, Mr. Perez, did you order any speed humps in your cushions in your district? Or you don't want any?
When residents come, so that's the other thing, the process, it's like, Brett, you said that all they have to do is email you, right? Correct? So that's the
Correct.
process. So we're not even involved in the process. It's just email the city manager. So it's like, I think there's been two people, I can't think of the name. Is it Hawkins or Hayden? Ron came, I think it's Ron came in. And then there's Alan on west and south. He was requesting him there. Yeah, but yeah, I think this is a bigger issue. It's going to turn into a bigger issue. Everyone's going to want a speed hump in front of their house. But why were you asking if I ordered any?
I just want to know if you wanted more or you didn't want more. Councilmember.
So Council or Vice Mayor Perez, you make an interesting comment to me. I thought the process was they reached out to the council member, because that's how I've moved it forward. And so for me, again, our most critical focus, as I view it, is schools and parks. And the majority of the streets that I've asked for are directly in relation to that. And then there's collateral damages. I see it too. And I think Highland's a perfect example, and part of Clearview is part of that conversation as well. But it's not just that simple. Confirm for me, sir, there's a survey or a study that goes on, because not every street may qualify. So it's not willy-nilly or random. I mean, there's clearly current best practices in engineering that occur in this case. And for me, I do want to focus on schools and parks, because I do not want to have one tragedy that may have been prevented. And if it still happens, at least I don't have to live with that guilt. And so for me, I'm willing to invest in them. And I just wanted to make sure that we do have a defined process. And it seems to me like we do from the head, Bobby, myself.
So which one?
I took it from.
Which process is it? Because you told me one thing and you're saying another thing now. And it's really confusing to me.
Well, no, the council has emailed me. That's how it's been.
But the process is going through council or going straight, they can email you.
How we've done it so far is council has emailed me.
So you told me the wrong way then. You told me to tell Alan, not Alan.
I can't remember the name, but
you know who I talked about.
Right.
You said that all you had to do was email you. So I've been directing people to email you because that's what you told me. And now that's not what we're doing. Okay.
Well, I think,
But we kind of are actually,
we are.
because when they ask me, I ask Mr. Miller to have our engineering department do the survey. And again, and when I tell the people, when they reach out to me, that I tell them that's what I'm going to do. And I tell them, I can't guarantee that they're going to meet the threshold to be installed. And so that's above my authority. But it seems to me, maybe we're caught up in a game of semantics here. And I know it's important to you. So I'm not trying to demean what you're saying.
No, I hear what you're saying.
We just all need to be on the same page for the clarity in the process. And so for me, again, if I don't even know in my mind if we even need this ask when it comes to, I think if I had my say, my priorities would be do the analysis at our schools, do the analysis at our parks, and then let's focus on the other requests as they come up, because again, that's our highest trafficked area. That's our greatest risk area.
Yes.
And statistically, we know if a car hits a pedestrian at 30 miles or greater, the likelihood is that's going to be a fatality. And we don't want to lose any of our kids, and our pets benefit in this. And even on Beverly, I mean, I saw people walking, I saw people jogging, I saw people running, walking their dogs, riding their bikes, families riding their bikes. Beverly is a classic example. It's a drag strip. And one of the conversations that we need to have moving forward, now that we've opened up Union Road all the way to Fairview, is that's going to, I mean, it has a nice meandering up until a point, but once you get to that straightaway, that's a drag strip, and that road scares me to death. And so I'm going to support the moving forward. For me, it's not if, it's just how many, because we have plenty of schools, plenty of parks that these things can go to, in my opinion. And so I just want to, whether we do it on a 5-0 vote or a 3-2 or I'm going to support it for those reasons, because it now makes sense to me. And I was the guy that said, no, let's do 100, get a feel for it. But again, I don't know, Beverly, if we've got 8 rows or 7 rows, that's going to be anywhere from probably 24 to 32 cushions themselves. And you're right. I mean, because some of these roads are wide, which we think is good. The problem is probably as we look at future development, we probably need to really focus more on meandering and other bulb outs and other things to slow people down, because we've not only got to deal with that, but on some of our thoroughfares, we got to deal with the bike lanes too. I mean, we just talked about how are we going to make out by the airport more safe for our foot traffic, because again, at the end of the day, we really want to drive foot traffic and make it safe. And at the end of the day, if we need to put up welcome to Hump City, I could go there. I mean, I don't want to, but I think we see a need. So thank you.
Thank you. And just to go back, the conversation was, let's focus on schools, parks, have the council members recommend streets they want to see, and we would keep going from there. I think, Mr. President, if you don't like them, you don't have to have them in your district. You can just say, I don't want them in my area, and just explain to your residents why, and it's okay.
So the question was how the process was to it.
Yeah, Mayor, I was going to ask that, can we get a clarification? Because email conversations are, to me, the same thing. But if we want to have more of an official document, and that's when I would ask that the council members, email me.
Council, yeah, it is what we talked about. So it was.
So clarification means state it for what he says. He's asking you, what is it?
He's saying, as we're gonna go through this again, originally the council discussed making sure priorities were schools and parks. Then council members would recommend or suggest streets they thought needed them in their districts. They would then relay the information to the city manager to make sure they got the information. It's the same thing. If you have a resident calling you, you're saying, contact the city manager, that's kind of the same thing.
It's not the same thing. Them contacting him is not them.
Well, but you're telling them to contact him.
You're
telling them to contact the city manager.
Yeah, I think for clarification, if I can get an email from a council member.
From the council member.
Yeah.
And if not, we don't go there.
Right.
I see Mr. Resendez.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I had a resident contact me that I think works over at R.L. Hardin, and I just want to make sure, Brett, did you get the message that I sent you? You confirmed that you did. So did you get the information that I sent you about the speed humps in front of R.L. Hardin?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and then what happens after I contact you, after the residents or constituents ask me, what do you do then? So what happened in that instance? Just curious.
Yeah, then that's when I sent it over to engineering to start the process.
Okay, so I'm gonna just assume that when they contacted me, I contacted you and you started that process to get speed humps in front of the school on R.L. Hardin?
Correct.
Okay, I wanted to make sure that I was clear on that process. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. So Vice Mayor Perez, my sense is part of the challenge is people may be going past or around you and you're not necessarily in the loop. At least that's what I'm hearing. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, can you say that again?
Yeah, if I live in your district and I want speed humps on my street for whatever the reason, is it the concern that they're not working it through you and they're going directly to the mayor or
No,
not to the
they're
mayor,
not.
I'm sorry, to the city manager?
No. My thing is when I don't know an answer and I go to the city manager and then I get the different answer, then it's like, that's confusing to me. That's the confusing part.
Okay, so we've got
Yeah.
clarity now, it
Yeah.
sounds like.
Correct.
Right,
There's clarity
right,
now.
right. And then again, I guess my other question is, for part of, when you send it to engineering, part of the study that you guys do is you go out and you put traffic counters out, correct?
Yes.
And so based on the nature of the roadway, there has to be a certain amount of traffic. And it's not only traffic, but it's the miles that the vehicles are traveling. See, I was paying attention when we did Sarah Vista and we were talking about Highland, but I just want to make sure because you know, in some cases, it's not going to rise to that level. And I have to be willing to accept that information. And the people that I'm asking on behalf of, I think that could be helpful too. If we come to the conclusion that a street is not qualify for them, to get that information back, to close that loop so that we can then convey that message to the constituents. I mean, I live on a street where they were asked and I didn't ask. And I'll be amazed if it rises to that level, although I think it could still be appropriate. But I'm going to accept the information that comes back, but I need to have it to close that loop so that it's not just left out there hanging. And so I've not had one yet that wasn't qualified. I'm looking for it though. And so I will welcome that information as well.
Highland's a good example. The speed data that we got from the police department, actually, the average speed was 30 miles an hour. The speed limit's 25. So usually it's 8 miles an hour over the speed limit. So we are looking at cut through traffic though. It's a separate study to look at cut through traffic because it is parallel to Sarah Vista. So.
Right.
And I think really the other issues we've seen out there is the streets that are connected to the higher speed roads where people dive off the road at a high speed, 40 miles an hour, jump into a neighborhood for that first block or two, they're going same speed. I think we see a lot of that. I know I hear a lot of that. People contact me, especially off of 4th Street and off of Sunny Slope. So if we double this order, we're going to finish them. I can tell you right now. I mean, it's worked. It has slowed people down. Some people don't like it. Of course, we know that. But overall, those neighborhoods that did get them feel much safer in their neighborhoods. And I hear that quite a bit. So did we have any speakers? Do you have another comment, sir? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers on this item.
So I guess the question is, are we going to increase the number on this rather than just hoarding the other 100? I think you made that comment, Mr. Burns.
So it doesn't feel like we get a volume discount for buying these. So really the question is, how many do we think we'll need in the next six to 8 weeks once they come in? Because then the other part of this is scheduling staff to actually do the installation. And so we've got limited resources there as well. But let me ask you as the professional here, how many do you think we should be buying now? Because I trust your subject matter expertise.
Well, based on the volume of streets that we're studying right now, I would go for 200.
I like that. That works for me. I'd like to suggest we go for 200.
And I think another part to this, we're seeing the numbers go up with inflation. So I'm pretty sure they're ready to kick these prices up on us. So is that a motion, sir?
It is.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second.
The motion is second. Roll call vote, please.
Councilmember Sundays,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales,
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez, Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Item G, reports from city council members. Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to report on a meeting that Councilmember Resendez and I had with the chief of police and his staff regarding the ad hoc committee to study the possibility of creating a communications center for the police department and maybe some other agencies that would have interest in it. It was a good, robust conversation, and I would like to ask this council to authorize the chief to reach out and initiate an RFP for consultants for feasibility study. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Councilmember Resendez?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Burns reported on our ad hoc, and then I'm going to defer to the chair of COG committee to report on COG. That's you, if that's okay, Mr. Mayor.
That's okay. Thank you.
Thanks.
Vice Mayor's chewing out on cookies, so I'm going to go to Councilmember Dolores.
Thank you. I see that the library ad hoc, excuse me, is on here. So thank you, Brad, for that. I also I'm going to keep asking for the term limit for that to be brought back and for us to take action on that. I think it's been quite a while.
Sorry, Councilmember Morales, this is on your committees.
Oh, it's late. I'm sorry. I'm going to pass for now.
Okay, I'll report on COG. Council governments, we did finally get the update on the widening of Highway 156 from the Alameda to Union or Mitchell. They finally did open up the bids. The bids came up higher than expected, $17 million higher. And the Caltrans is confident that most of the funding will come from the state to pay for the difference. Their recommendations was to go ahead and to move forward with the project. The scheduled start date now would be late August, early September of this year to get that going. It looks like a 2.5 to 3 year window to get the project done. But again, the numbers are increasing really quick, but if we don't move now, it's going to stay out there forever again. It's been one of those projects for too many years, been put off because of different concerns or different opinions. And now it's something that we all can agree needs to be done. So that will start in late August, early September. That's all I have. We'll now go to informational reports. City Council, Councilmember Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I do have a few items. So to begin with, I'd like to ask that this council consider creating an ad hoc committee to pursue technology for the city. And this is driven by the Acela conversation that we had at the last council meeting. I think there could be some value to that. I can say that I've reached out to 5 or 6 people that have direct experience with Acela. And I've tried to make it a well-balanced request for staff to contact them to get their perspective. But I think there could be value to that. And so I want to push that out if there's interest on the council. Also going to ask that our police department consider providing a presentation to us at council in the near future regarding the fentanyl epidemic. I had the benefit of taking training this past week through my employer. And as a result, I now have the authority to carry Narcan. I also think it could be beneficial to maybe have all of our city staff trained in that as well and be able to carry it. There was no cost to me as an employee. And as I recall, there was no cost to my agency to receive it. It is highly regulated, but once you have the training, you're good to go. And the Good Samaritan laws would protect staff from using it. And I'm just amazed, and it's just tragic. It's sad. It's heartbreaking. And so anything that we can do to become more informed, I think would be helpful. And I would like to see maybe what our schools are doing to address it as well. As I understand it can be anywhere from about age 10 to the early 20s typically. And my understanding is that our community has had some tragic experiences as well. So I would like to put on the ballot the motorcycle rally to have the voters vote on whether or not we move forward with that in years future, not counting this year, of course. I do want to, Mr. Miller, I'd like for you to confirm for me. I thought I heard you say that tonight that all city services have now officially reopened. So I would just like confirmation in that regards.
You're correct.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I would like to also see the city move forward to get some high quality logos and things so that we can now start to advertise the 150-year celebration, ways that we can help to promote that event. I do want to see that happen. I think it's a great opportunity. So also heard conversation tonight about historical properties, and I couldn't agree more with folks. I know that many jurisdictions actually have a historical officer, and I know budget is coming up, and I think that there could be an opportunity for that conversation as well for a state certified historical officer. We have some amazing resources here that I would like to see us really focus more attention on. I presume that our building department, anytime there is any kind of work that goes on that will change the character of a property that is 50 years or older is a standard requirement that they look at that. And I think that's important, but I want to make sure that we are really investing in our downtown, particularly because it seems like we have some amazing properties that could benefit from this, I think. So also want to put out that I don't do them often, but I did a social media post last Friday where I may have misrepresented my intention. It's in reference to illegal signage and specifically to garage sale signs. And so there was some confusion. So anybody that may be watching, they're not permitted when you put them on a public property, poles, things of that nature, create a visual or physical obstruction. But the emphasis of that was to acknowledge that they're up, and when the event is over, take them down. Otherwise, we may have to ask the city manager to reassess staffing to take a more proactive approach to those things. And I do walk on a weekly basis, and I see a lot of them up. Fortunately, I see most of them taken down, but they are eye pollution, and I'm concerned about that. And so my final request is that we as a council give consideration. I would very much like to rename Union Road from the highway up to Fairview, and I'd like to rename it as Cesar Chavez Way. And as I understand it, there's only one address that's impacted from that point to end, and that's the fire department. And so I'm amazed that we don't already have a roadway named after Mr. Chavez, but I think the time has come. And so I'd like for council to weigh in on that as well. That completes my comments, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Resendez.
Thank you. I've got nothing to report officially, but I do support Councilmember Burns' request to put the motorcycle rally on the ballot, and I would support considering changing the name of Union as he asked. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Perez. Informational reports. Yeah, or no, anything, yeah.
Microphone, please.
Sorry. I would support the Cesar Chavez and also the what else did you, Cesar Chavez and the
biker rally
being on the ballot. Also, we started doing the term limits came up in December 20th. That was a long time ago. It's like I'm really kind of disappointed we haven't got any traction on this at all. I talked to you before about the lights getting serviced on and maintained on San Benito Street. I'd like to know where we're at with that. Yeah, I don't know if you guys remember a lady by the name of Carol Lenore. She says that the dog park is the grass is dying, and she made a good point that we put all this money into that dog park and we're not watering it. I don't know what's going on. I haven't been there. I feel so bad because I haven't taken my dogs out. So I'd like to also get a consensus on getting the proclamation of the 150th celebration of the 150th celebration for the city of Hollister. Narcan. Oh yeah, that's a growing epidemic. You know, I don't know the number. I heard the number 17 that we've lost in the last year and a half. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that, but it's a growing epidemic. And as it's incidentally, the other night I was walking down 7th Street, and there was actually a 30-year-old that had passed away from Narcan. So it's hitting all different ages. It's an epidemic that's growing. It's wildfire. The other thing I'd like to know is what's going on with our contract considering the San Juan County and Hollister. And I know that, and I don't mean any disrespect or anything to this at all, but if we've been on, if Mayor, you've been on this for 6 years, 8 years, 9 years, whatever it is, and if we're not getting this done, maybe we need to change the players. I mean, maybe it's, I don't know. I'd like to know what's going on with that whole, we keep going over the same old thing with the fire department. And so it's like, what's going on with that? Are we ever going to be able to fix that? Can you guys nail this down? So, so I don't know if we need an informational report on that. I think that's it. Yeah, but I definitely want to see that proclamation come before get agendized.
Councilmember Morales.
Thank you. I'm awake. So thank you for putting all the items on the agenda, Brett. Appreciate that a lot. So I mentioned term limits. I have an issue with, I have a business owner interested in doing a night market in March and April, and wanted to see if the city can help facilitate the markets. This would be for Friday and Saturday. It would benefit various local districts, and it's to host food outside by the Kmart area. I'm in support of having the 150th proclamation and having the appropriate marketing needed to promote that event. I'm also in support of the Narcan, fentanyl training and distribution of that. We were able to get that free of cost, both items. So I think that would be beneficial and a help to our community. I would like the council to consider, prior to putting the bike rally on the ballot, an informational session with subject matter experts to discuss the various implications, cost analysis, safety measures, and the resources necessary to have a bike rally. So that whether it's we're properly informed or the voters are properly informed on this issue, I think that it would be necessary, even just to fill out what needs to be put on the ballot. Also interested in having just regular updates on the progress of the fire contract, and that is it.
Thank you. So I'll go. The conversation about a fire contract, as I've said, we spoke to the other agencies about having a discussion. They have to appoint their members, and then we can meet. That's what they're in the process of doing. You know, we could solve this ourselves right now and just say, we want to change the terms of this. So it's not, as you put it, maybe we need to change the people. I've expressed the concerns for several years. At least this board has been willing to listen to it. We can make that a district because that is what was recommended. If you read the reports, we can do that ourselves. So it's not about making accusations of somebody's dragging their feet. The other committees, other agencies have to. No. Again, if you go back and look at the video, I made it very clear during the video or during that meeting, the best choice was the district. That was 2 years ago. The council decided a little more than 2 years, decided to move forward with that contract. You guys, as a new board, I've expressed to all of you, the best thing we could be doing as a district, best for the entire community, entire county. So if you want to move to a district, we can do that. All we have to do is tell the city manager, we want to go in the direction of a district, let the county, Salem Batista know that, or we change the contract terms. So whenever you're ready to have that conversation, put it on for a conversation. We have the report. So if that's where you want to go, that's great. It's what I've been asking for years. Thank you. Well, no, I'm just explaining the past. I'm just explaining the past so you understand. Thank you, Mr. Sir. I agree with the ad hoc for the technology. Mr. Burns, I think it's a good idea. Recently came up, City of Hollister is actually one of the top 50 safest cities in California. Now, some people will say, well, only that, I don't understand that way of thinking. I can say, thank you, Chief, for keeping our community safe. It's not perfect, but I'm amazed that here we are, Hollister, ranked safer than the city of Morgan Hill, but yet that's not good enough. Of course, we can always do better as a community. And I do trust in our police department. They've proven it. But I would like to add, if we can add a police ad hoc committee to really understand some of the numbers, because unfortunately we did have an incident this last weekend. So we can kind of review numbers, review plans, and do the things we need to do to help make sure we're all on the same page on that. So I'd like to ask for that. And if we're going to be talking about voting for term limits, I think it's time, if that's going to happen. The mayor's term has been 2 years, which has been an absolute headache because every other year we get a group of people that come in and start campaigning about the whole thing. Let's make it 4 years. If not, let's make the entire city council 2 years. Let's make it fair for everyone. Make it more consistent. I know the city manager probably doesn't like that idea, but we're going to talk about term limits. Let's talk about realities. So we're all doing 4-year terms rather than this 2-year term thing for one person. It just creates too much of a headache. And that is all I have. City manager.
Okay, I think on some of them got census, but I'm going to go through. It was brought up about the Hollister sign being brought to council that basically going to arch over downtown. Does council want that brought forward?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I would ask at what dollar amount? What dollar amount is our limit as a city council? Because I think it's important to understand one of the issues is how much can we as a city council are we willing to support to get this ever done?
Yeah,
because it helps us if it's more than the 150 we talked about, is it worth having the conversation? If it's more than 200, is it more than 300? We should have a number so we can make a decision and stop going down the path if it's not going to work, or continue down the path if it is going to work. So I would recommend that we have that idea.
Yeah,
or that
maybe
number.
we'll do it under reports first and then give you an idea what it's going to cost, and then we can ask for next step.
With that, do we know what we want it to look like? Because that's going to be
Correct. That's why
instrumental in what's going to. So you're going to come back with some designs. Is that what I'm understanding?
I think what we'll do, we did get, we have an idea like the Salinas one. We'll like I said, we'll bring back a price, roughly what that item looks like and what that cost is. I don't want to go too much further in this. This is just to bring back agenda item, but we'll put it on the reports so that we can have that discussion. Then we know we'll have direction to know what to go and get price quotes for.
Brett, I'm really good at spinning signs. I just want to point that out for your edification.
I could see you out there doing it. Okay, the next one is the request to do an RFP for dispatch
for a communication center, feasibility of it. Chief, if you want to weigh in, please.
Yeah, Brett, I can come back to City Council in April with the staff report and recommendation for that.
Yeah, I just see if we've got support for that.
Yes, from me.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then I believe I got two people saying yes, but for an ad hoc committee for technology? Was it
Yes.
one, two?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay,
I thought we
No.
already had one,
not an ad
No.
hoc committee for technology.
but we have somebody assigned to technology.
No.
Same, not the
No,
same.
nobody.
Paul.
Oh, you don't
Paul.
have anybody
Oh, no,
assigned to
no,
you?
The mayor
Oh, the
is
mayor.
assigned to the technology committee
Yeah, this is,
or liaison,
Liaison.
yeah, different.
Liaison.
different.
Yeah.
I will just say, I don't need to bring this forward, but we will promote the 150 with stick, basically decals on the side of the vehicles or, and on our, there are numerous different ways that we'll do that.
Thank you.
The historical officer will bring back towards budget time. I got the consensus already for renaming Union to be brought back. The status for the streetlights for downtown repair. Henry and I discussed it last week, and he is, we're finding out if the installer, if there was a warranty. So we'll give you a status on that one in the near future. We'll also look at the dog park. Do I have consensus for, I have two so far for a proclamation of one for 150 to bring back?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay, that gives me three. Thank you. And then we'll work on, well, do we need to bring back the status of the contract with fire? I mean, we still have it, or we do wait for the ad hoc committee for the
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
for the fire, you know, the county, or are we gonna wait for,
Contracts?
yeah, for the fire contract, wait for the county?
Mr. Mayor,
Go ahead, sir.
I thought you brought up a good point. Let's just start having the conversation at the council about districts. Why not?
You know, again, the agencies we're going to choose who they want, but there's no reason we can't just decide we want to go to a district if that's what we want to do.
I think we should consider talking about it.
I would support that. I think it has to be a broad range conversation though.
Yeah.
I mean, more like a study session.
Absolutely.
And I don't know if it's something, I know council, you're gonna, and the city manager and staff, you're probably not gonna want to hear this, but it may be one of those special meetings that we need to have because it's a big conversation and it's public safety. So
Absolutely. And we should bring the author of that study back so he can explain everything.
I would agree with that.
Okay, the other item was term limits.
I'm supportive, but I would ask council to maybe hold on that until next council meeting when our city clerk, Ms. Black, is here. I can say that she and I have worked as a sub or an ad hoc committee, and we've worked with Mr. Epperson and outside counsel, and that is probably part of a bigger conversation because I know there's also been a conversation about a charter city and how they might be interlinked. They don't have to be, but they might be. And so I don't know that we're going to be able to do all this within 2 weeks anyway. And so I know that she was preparing to do a presentation to council. Now, what I don't know is how soon that's going to be, but it's a bigger conversation about our code of conduct as well. And we've looked at that. Mr. Epperson, I don't know if you have anything to add to the conversation, but I think it might be beneficial to hear what they have to say before we go down this path. But ultimately, term limits, I think it could be. And I know she's also done the research on what the costs are. And the costs are a big deal. If we do them one item, it's significant. But the more items you do, it's almost like you get a volume discount break for that. And so, but I'd like to hear from her unless our assistant city clerk has information on that. And I won't put you on the spot for that intentionally.
Well, wouldn't that be a longer conversation? I mean, I'd love to see.
I agree.
Yeah,
It
certainly
is,
yeah.
but it's one of those that I think term limits
is part of it.
could be part of that. And again, I'll defer to Mr. Epperson and Ms. Romero.
I would only, I don't know that I have anything to add to that, Councilmember Burns. I think that you're probably correct in terms of both the breadth of the conversation and the amount of time that it would take for the council to consider it.
Thank you.
Going back to, that was the original conversation, the charter city, and we could wrap all these things into it so we can take care of some of these other issues out there. So
Can I say something or ask a question? So is council giving consensus to bring the item of term limits, charter city, and council conduct at a future meeting, but not a specific date at this time?
My recommendation would be no sooner than 2 weeks from now, but really I can't forecast what I don't know. And so that's really going to be driven by Ms. Black, I think.
Okay. I mean, for the rest of these items, do we have a date requested, or is everything kind of a future date that's ready?
Yeah, we usually ask council to give us two meetings, because, to a point, if we do it for the next meeting, we have to have it all done by Thursday at noon. And I mean, that's quite a bit of items.
Yeah.
We still have our normal operations to handle. Yeah, I'm kind of in limbo with the term limits. If you, it sounds like, I mean, it's kind of, I didn't hear from Councilman Resendez at where he was, but I kind of take, Councilmember Morales, do you want to bring this item back at the next meeting if it doesn't get handled? That this is your request.
So my request is for term limits, and I know this isn't the first time. I know that I've asked for, so for tracking purposes, it's the first date of when it was requested to see how long it's taking us to bring items back. So that's the intent of like that spreadsheet. But for me, it's not, they're not mutually exclusive. So I want to have the conversation of term limits. Everything else, if it's going to be packaged, we can break it up so that we at least start having conversations about this. So for me, term limits it's important. Everything else, whatever that looks like, whenever that, whenever that comes back, that's very different from what I'm asking for.
So this,
I support bringing it back because again, it's not, in my opinion, it's not if we're going to ask for it to be on the ballot, it's really how it's packaged and how it may be part and parcel to a charter city conversation, but I'm fine with that. I mean, it may actually streamline the next conversation to have this conversation. And I don't necessarily know that the term limit conversation is necessarily that complicated. I think each of the council members and the mayor have their individual ideas, their visions, and I think it could be relatively quick, frankly. And so I'm good. I don't want to lose sight of the bigger picture though. And I've actually written an article for Benito Link about a year ago or so on my views on it. So they're pretty well expressed already. And I haven't really changed from that, but I do want to see how maybe a charter city could be commingled with that if there's a better end result. But I'm fine. Do it in 2 weeks, do it in 4 weeks. And that part would then be done.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
go ahead, sir.
thank you. Can I suggest that we have a report from the city clerk in 2 meetings from it then? That way it gives her enough time and then we can see it. I, for one, too, I'm not interested in just doing one thing because I think what's the purpose of doing just one thing? If we're going to look at changing some things, then we need to look at it in a holistic view, right? Let's look at the big picture, not just one thing. But anyhow, I guess the point I'm trying to get at is I think 2 meetings from now, a report from city clerk would give us plenty of time. If we can commit to that, I'd be okay with that.
Okay.
Yeah. Then bring back the item on the night market.
I don't know what that means.
Councilman Morales.
So businesses are looking to do an outdoor food market that requires special permit, and I sent the email request to you, Brett, for that to be considered and be brought back as to recommendations in terms of how that can be addressed.
Okay.
Or just address it.
I can answer that one separate. That doesn't need a council.
Yeah.
And then at the appropriate time, a forum for the rally for the voters to move that forward. If we're gonna go to, I think we'll package that as part of, if we get council support for the vote of for the rally, for the vote of the people, we'll also work on having a informational piece for the citizens.
And that's pretty typical, right? For the ballot. I mean, you put the pros and the cons and they're written on part, or they're by a
non-biased,
non-partial party to, you get then you get to decide. So,
yeah.
Well, I want to be very clear. So I'm looking to bring subject matter experts, whatever cost analysis we're able to extract from what we know, a true cost of actually having, one is whether we can actually obtain peace officers to provide safety, a map. So it's more like a study session to be able to clearly define like what it's going to take. Because if we're not able to answer these questions ourselves, how are voters going to be able to be informed to vote on this issue? This is something that will impact the city and our budget for years to come. So at the minimum, we should at least have a study session.
Mr. Mayor.
Go ahead, sir.
Thank you. Well, I'm going to respectfully disagree because I think that's been part of the problem, right? We don't have anything to analyze. What are we going to analyze? We don't have data. We have never had a rally and then analyzed it. So that's been part of the problem. So I would say, I think if we're going to do it, then let's do it. And then we need to do the analysis afterwards. I don't know why we're going to waste time getting an analysis off something we can't even analyze. So my suggestion would be like, let's just get it on the ballot, let the people decide, and then we can decide how we're going to make an analysis, if we even do that at that point.
At the minimum, I can at least provide subject matter experts for the safety piece of it and a cost analysis of what it costs to bring peace officers, and potentially other subject matter expertise in terms of the trends that are happening in not only San Benito County, but neighboring jurisdictions that will impact the number of officers that we will have. So yes, there is information on having an informed decision to provide some level of analysis to not only the council, but to the voters.
I think what Mr. Resendez is pointing out is we don't know if it brings in $1, 100,000, $1 million, 10 million, 20 million without the other information that we need. Because if you come back and say it costs $200,000 for security, and we find out the revenue it brings in is $20 million, we have a pretty easy decision to make. But without that portion of the information, the data, what are we just explaining? We're not giving an accurate picture of the whole event. And that's where the issue is. And it's something we talked about. And thankfully, you did find the firm that can handle that type of information, but they need to have a rally under their belt to do it. So this is what it comes down to.
Which brings up a good point, because it's like, so we are looking at figures and numbers and profits and losses and margins. And I think my first responsibility to this community is safety.
I think we're
Yeah,
going to have a conversation.
Yeah, we have that
Yeah.
coming up. So let's try to.
Yeah, exactly.
I'll work out. I mean, like I said, it's all part of the rally vote. So we'll come up with an agenda item. And then, oops, sorry.
Where did we end up with that after all? Where did we end up?
Like I said, it's part of bringing it to the ballot. We'll present some different items. Then the last item would be a PD ad hoc committee to kind of go over PD stats and.
So I can support that, but then I'm going to ask to be part of that. And the reason why is I'm the police department council liaison currently.
Yeah.
And otherwise, I don't know that there's a benefit to having a council liaison person. And again, I'm also willing to let somebody else do that if somebody else would want to. I'm fine with that too. But if we do that, I think we eliminate the liaison position.
I think it's what my recommendation was, just to start really studying these numbers and present it to council and chief's idea, so on. But yes, I would definitely like to have you on there.
I'd welcome that, but again, if other council members have a burning desire, I'm also willing to let them, I'm still on the ad hoc committee for the police communications piece. And so, and I get plenty of time with the chief anyway. So,
Any other items?
Sorry, that completes my report.
About time.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, city attorney,
Thank you. No report.
city clerk,
No reports.
any other staff?
Mr. Mayor.
Chief,
Yes, first of all, I'd like to thank the council for their decision to support our Explorer program with potential funding from the Bird scooters. I was gonna also coincidentally bring up today that we are accepting applications for the Explorer program. We're post COVID, we're gonna start that program up again. And anyone interested between the ages of 14 to 20, there's an application process, of course, and to reach out to CSO Patrick Kennedy, and his email is pkennedy@police.hollister.ca.us. I also wanted to share with the council that over the weekend, we had trainee testing at the police department. We had several people that successfully passed this phase of the test, which is very good. The next part is a multi-stage oral board written test that they can participate. For those that have not already passed the test, and other parts, it's the same test, standardized test throughout the state. And earlier today, we were talking about the weed abatement program and weeds, and one of the citizens was talking about businesses with the weed problem in their front business. It's two different programs. What Chief Bedelia is dealing with is those vacant lots that are a continual nuisance. But I would just remind everyone that if you want to report that weeds are out of control in any business or anything like that, to call code enforcement at 636-4356, and they should get on top of that sooner rather than later so that those weeds don't get out of control. Thank you.
thank you, sir. All right, we're gonna go ahead and move to item G3.
We have Gabriel Ruiz from Central Coast Community Energy on Zoom. He's going to be giving an annual update to the council and public.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Gabe Ruiz. Get my camera up here for everybody. I'm going to go ahead and just share my screen now that I have permission to. So please allow me just a moment. And can you confirm that you can see my screen?
Yes.
Fantastic. Thank you. So again, thank you, Mayor Velasquez and council members for allowing me to present this evening. My name is Gabe Ruiz. I am a senior commercial customer manager with Central Coast Community Energy, and will be providing the City of Hollister's annual member agency update this evening. And for the good of the council and the public, I do like to touch on what a CCA is. So a CCA is a community choice aggregate. Really what that means is CCAs support their local governments to help them meet their climate action goals, provide residents and businesses with more energy options, and it really ensure transparency, accountability, and help drive economic development. As you can see here, there are over 200 cities and counties within California that do already participate in community choice aggregation. And also, of course, we serve over 11 million customers jointly. To give an idea of really what a CCA does, so Central Coast Community Energy, CCCE, buys the power for its collective ratepayers and delivers that through the existing transmission lines as a cleaner, more competitive alternative to the existing utility. So CCCE is one of 13 CCAs, a lot of acronyms here, but that collaborate with PG&E in this way. So a city or county joins Central Coast Community Energy really, again, to gain more control over their electricity needs, provide economic and environmental benefits to their community. All the revenue that is generated by CCCE stays local. And what doing really two things, helping to keep rates low for our customers and being competitive, and also providing funding to our energy programs. So the agency is made up of 33 members, 33 cities and counties that collectively agreed to provide their communities with cleaner energy. Central Coast Community Energy is the electricity provider to over 400,000 customers along the Central Coast. And geographically, that actually makes us the largest CCA in the state of California. And while that being the largest CCA, we have a responsibility of representing a very diverse community. So within each of these communities, we participate in business and industry associations, and also we participate with community-based organizations. Also pleased to announce that a 34th community has elected to join Central Coast Community Energy. The city of Atascadero recently voted to join as a member, and we look forward to their enrollment. So we're governed by two voting bodies, that is the Policy and Operations Board. These boards are made up of elected officials, city managers, mayors. Also, really for everyone to understand, all our meetings are open to the public, very easy to find on our website. We encourage residents, our customers, commercial owners to participate in those meetings. Just to give the board, the council, and the community a better understanding of the way that we're governed and how voting works. Voting seats are determined by population and grouped by region. So member agencies with the population over 50,000 people have a continuous voting seat, while populations under 50,000 people are grouped together by region and share a rotating voting seat. So as an example, Councilmember Morales sits on our policy board and City Manager Brett Miller sits on our operations board. So along with that, we have our Community Advisory Council. That is made up of qualified and committed individuals. They have very, very important connections to our diverse community. They serve as an advisory body to the Policy and Operations Board and Central Coast Community Energy staff. Whether it's policy recommendations or energy program, community engagement. So some of the accomplishments that we have had, I'm pleased to say we have a 94% enrollment of eligible customers within our service area. We have increased the signups in 3C Prime, which is our 100% clean and renewable option, by 40%. We have also increased enrollment by 25%, again, making us the largest CCA in the state of California. The agency is staffed and made up of 34 local full-time employees between two offices in Monterey and San Luis Obispo. And obviously the San Luis Obispo there is there to serve our Southern Territory customers. But since 2018, also, you can see there, Central Coast Community Energy has provided $27 million to local energy programs, while also providing over $50 million in customer savings. We've also established contracts that will increase the total megawatts from renewables by 49% this year and increase our battery storage contracts by 23%. We are also, something to point out that I always do love to share is that recently, I know this is topic of conversation for the city earlier, but we also received an A credit rating from the S&P. We are the first CCA to receive that in the state of California. So our overall goal here, clearly stated, is to provide our communities with 100% clean and renewable energy by 2030. How we're doing that and the way that we're going to reach that goal is we have invested over $1 billion in long-term solar plus storage contracts since 2018. We have currently executed 14 contracts with clean and renewable energy providers. And what we have in our portfolio currently is going to get us to that 2025 benchmark of providing 60% clean and renewable energy. So with the contracts we have in place, we're already going to meet that mark. Also, we have joined with other CCAs as well to advance long duration storage. This is to support grid reliability through existing and the new technologies that are being presented to us at a very rapid pace. So historically with our rates, we have always followed what we call an IOU minus model. Simply, we took the rate of the investor-owned utility and we applied a percentage discount, which you can see there. 2018 or 2019, we had a 3 to 5% rebate model. We started with a monthly on-bill discount in 2020. But of course, in light of the pandemic, we had a unanimous vote from our boards to cut the generation rates of our customer bills by 50% for the months of May and June. This in turn put nearly $24 million back into the pockets of our customers during that time. We have reduced that amount of savings to 2%. We did have to pull money from our reserve fund, so we are building that reserve fund back up at this time. And to that end, we have created actually a new way where we are going to bill our customers. So we are no longer going to follow the investor-owned utility rates. Really what the question we have is, thank you for providing, a savings to our current rates, but what are you doing to stop the rates from continuously going up every quarter? This is our answer. So really what the goal is to provide long-term stable rates. We want to make sure that the customers understand what rate class they are in, and really to eliminate or reduce in many areas cross subsidization that goes on with certain rate classes. So simply put, with the new rate structure, what you're going to be paying for is 90%, generally speaking, 90% of your bill is going to be what it costs to serve you with power. Then we're going to have 4% of your bill will go to our energy programs, and these programs are reinvested back into our community. We're going to have 3% go into our stabilization fund. Again, this is where we pulled some of that money that provided that 50% savings that we offered during the months of May and June in 2020. And then also administrative costs. So just to look at the city of Hollister's number quickly, we have, just below an 88% enrollment. We obviously do hope that number, we can grow that number back. That is primarily with the residential customers, but you can see the numbers there. I think really to understand, the number of accounts, the number of enrollment that we have. Also though, the energy program. So customers in Hollister are taking advantage of our energy programs. So I just think that I always like adding that to this slide here so everybody can see that the programs that we are talking about where money is being reinvested back into the community, into your community, it is. People are taking advantage of, our customers are taking advantage of these program funds. Speaking to our programs, our energy programs, we are contributing we have contributed a total of $27 million to our energy programs since 2018. That number has continued to grow, as you can see there on the left-hand side. This year, we're going to have over $14 million. That is 4% of our operating revenue into our energy programs. So one that I did here speak about earlier is the new construction electrification program. So this is all electric, affordable only housing projects. And if you go back to the previous slide, there has been a submittal for that within the city of Hollister. So we do have that program. I think it has changed since last year, where before it also provided all electric to market rate housing. This year, with the need that we have heard from many of our communities, we have tried to kind of tunnel vision that into providing only all electric, affordable only housing. Also, our ag electrification program that has increased over the last 3 years. The funding continues to increase in that program. Happy to say we always reserve all the funds that we put into that program. So that is something that I deal with on a fairly regular basis, but really driving and working with local farm bureaus, grower shipper associations, other ag industry associations to make sure that the ag community and our ag commercial rate customers know that those funds are available to them. So this is the Electrify Your Ride program. Basically what we have here is this gives you rebates for purchasing an electric vehicle or a plug-in hybrid, also provides rebates for home charging stations as well as commercial grade level 2 chargers. I'm happy to say I've had several conversations within the city of Hollister where people are really taking advantage of this. Within this program as well, We have links that can actually provide, depending on your income, we provide double the rebate for anybody who's income qualified. And we do provide links and other sources of funding, because if you are income qualified, you can actually reach up to $15,000 in rebates for an all-electric vehicle. And within this program as well is an e-bike program. You can receive up to $500 for the purchase of a $1,000 e-bike. And on top of that, for any purchases that are made from a small business, a local dealer, we add an additional $100 to this program. Quickly through here, we are looking at the, our long-term, kind of our locally sited long duration storage projects. Really what I want, the community and the council to understand, this is really making sure that we are here to, increase grid reliability. We are here to reduce the stress on that grid during those high stress periods. This is going to help us reduce GHG emissions. And it's also citing these projects locally. So right now we've actually had 15 applications submitted from member agencies, the cities and counties that participate in Central Coast Community Energy, with over 90 sites. So we're going through the process now. I know we have a team that is going through the selection process of these, and looking forward to sharing more information when that comes about. And then our local farm worker outreach. So we understand, again, we live in a very diverse community. It's the largest CCA in the state of California. One of the things that we do is we do a lot of outreach to our farm workers and our underserved communities. So we are dedicated to educating those communities we serve. We post many webinars that are in English and Spanish, public forums, and Facebook Live events. Also, what we do is we work with local radio stations here in our Tri-County area, as well as the counties of San Luis Obispo and Santa Barbara, to do farm worker outreach. I've attended those events, and we're there to educate. It's really, I think, a great opportunity to meet those communities face to face and be able to share information with them. This is our energy portal, our customer energy portal. Right now, there isn't quite the access that we would hope for on the investor-owned utility side. And that, again, PG&E does all of the billing, all of the meter reading, right? We're here to provide clean energy to our customers. But what we want to do is give them a little more insight into their usage. So we have an energy portal open right now only to residential customers. We will be expanding that at some point to our commercial and ag rate customers as well. But at this point, it is there only for our residential customers. But it's really going to allow just more insight into their energy usage. If they want to get a printout of what they've paid for Central Coast Community Energy, that's very simple to do on our portal. So again, providing billing details, usage details, allows you to make different service options, and then you can keep track of any programs also that you have applied for. And lastly here, something else that we have done this year, we have set up a vendor registry. So any services that Central Coast Community Energy is looking for, whether it is legal services or media services, we've set up a vendor registry for local businesses who can put their information here. And when we're looking for those services, we simply go into the registry and we can let them know, hey, we are putting out a request for such and such. So it really allows us to keep the money local. That's really our main goal here. Any outside services, money that we're spending, we want to make sure that it stays local. That does conclude my report, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for council? Do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speaker cards.
Thank you for your report.
Very good. Thank you.
We're going to now move to item G5.
Yes, Mayor and Council. So this is a follow-up from our last council meeting where we were discussing the rally, whether we're moving forward with it or not moving forward with it. So I kind of leave it up to the council to ask their questions or concerns.
Questions for Councilmember Burns?
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Miller, as I recall, one of the requests was to go back to the promoter because there was a discussion about trying to reduce the footprint of the event. Was that conversation had and what was the outcome?
We did have that conversation and we could work out. The promoter's okay with having two-way traffic on San Benito Street. We would have to do some kind of reconfiguration at the beginning of, at 4th and San Benito Street at our entrance, but that was, it was okay with the promoter.
Okay, thanks. I guess my other questions are for the chief. And so, and Chief, I know that there's a quandary here as in information that's shareable and not. So I'm going to try and ask this in a delicate way where it doesn't require that you give us specific information, but recognizing that the promoter is willing to reduce the footprint of the event to what I presume is going to be similar to previous events, would, with our current information available to police an event that we've previously had in size, would you say that currently we would have a status quo event from a public safety perspective based on resources available?
Councilmember Burns, the discussion we had before, we're reducing the size of the event to what it was previously. And my statement to the council was I was having a hard time finding adequate public safety personnel for the event of the normal size. The promoter tried to expand the footprint. Now he's back to the same size. Regardless of the size of the footprint, there's no way to control how many people are going to come to the event. And the recent change in the language for the contract was to protect the city. And if there's any workman's comp issues, that the city won't be liable. The language has been shared to me to modify the previous contract. However, that was in there for years because we're asking other cities to send us their staff. And if they get hurt here, we would cover that. That is a huge liability. But removing that, now there's no less incentive for those cities to send us personnel, because if they get hurt here and they can't work, that city is going to incur the workman's comp cost. And that's going to make it harder to find these agencies to help us. Since the last meeting, I haven't received any more messages from any chief. I did attend the funeral in Salinas of the Salinas police officer, and I spoke to some chiefs there, and I inquired, and they were steadfast. They're not going to have staff because their numbers are low as well. So it is the obviously a decision of the council, and but my job is to tell you what the facts are, not what you want to hear, not what everybody would like to hear. We would always like to have an event that's safe and well attended, but emphasis on safe. But those are the facts right now. It's going to be very hard to find the personnel, even to previous levels of public safety personnel.
Thank you, Chief. I apologize for putting you on the spot there, but I think that's important. So my takeaway from that is we wouldn't have similar resources as we have in previous rallies of similar size. And that's my interpretation. I know we can never guarantee safety, but that's of a concern to me. Chief, I also would like to know how many employees that would potentially work the event that are employed by the city of Hollister are currently on disability or forecast disability where they would not be able to participate in July.
We hope we have 5 personnel members right now on medical, long-term medical. We're hoping to start seeing them coming back soon. We're talking about personnel that have had surgeries. So they will start coming back in April, but there's no guarantee on that. And we currently still have 4 vacancies at the police department.
So when the 5 employees return, will they be on full duty or will they be on a light duty assignment as they move back into the work world?
I think they'll transition into light duty. We only have, we have 2 on light duty right now. The others are completely off work right now.
Okay, and so the likelihood is those 5 people wouldn't necessarily be available come rally time.
Well, yeah, there's no guarantee on that. It's up to them and their condition and their doctor.
Okay, and then how many people do we currently, and again, if you can't say for strategic reasons or I understand that, how many people do we currently have in the field training officer program, or will we have in the FTO program when the rally comes? Because again, I mean, yeah, that's a body that could potentially be there, but if they're in training, they might not be the ideal candidates for that kind of an assignment as well. So
I believe at least 2 will be in a FTO training program.
okay, so as I understand it, then for my clarification, we have 5 people that are on long-term disability now. We're hoping that they'll return to work in April and they will start a light duty assignment as they come back into a full-time assignment. And then we have 5 current vacancies, and we would have an additional 2 people on training at that time. Did I get those numbers correct, Chief?
We just hired an individual, so it's 4 vacancies.
Okay.
And he's one of the people that might be on FTO training at that time. And anyone else hired after that would probably be in training. It's a 3-month process.
Okay, thanks, Chief. Mr. Mayor, that completes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other questions, comments? Council members, do we have any speaker cards?
There are no speakers on this item.
Is there anybody awake anymore? So comes back to the council. What do you want to do? I think this is, I don't know how many times we've had this conversation. We started early this year, but here we are. I think it's important for everybody to say yes or no to moving forward, and we go from there, because I don't think it's fair to the public, promoter, or anybody else to keep dragging this on. So with that, I mean, we can't take an official vote.
So
on
we,
this.
I mean, we are looking for direction. I
Yeah,
should have said
so
that
we can-
initially. So I mean, a majority, whether we move forward or
Okay.
or not move forward.
All right, so we just, Mr. Burns.
So it pains me to say no, but no.
Okay. Vice Mayor Perez.
I wish I could say yes, but I can't.
Okay, Councilmember Morales,
No.
Councilmember Resendez.
Yes.
Well, I'm an absolute yes on it too, but the majority is saying no.
I will call the promoter tomorrow.
Move forward.
Mayor, one follow-up thought or comment.
Go ahead, sir.
I do think, because we've pushed this down to this level again, if the promoter could provide us with any out-of-pocket expenses for promoting the event. I know that they're in business and I know that it's a risk that they take every time, but I think it would be a good faith gesture to be willing to offset reasonable expenses they've put out towards the event if council supports it, because I'm very troubled by this. I mean, this has been very difficult for me personally to come to this decision, but this really has been, I've gone back and researched this for 12 years, and this is a constant ebb and flow, which is exactly why we also need to put it on the ballot. And I'm also wondering if, I know that we reached out to a company, a consultant that was going to do a study of feasibility, or not a feasibility, but an economic impact study on this. And I'm wondering if they could do a study on any past rallies that we've had if we've got enough information, and my sense is the answer to that is no. But I think it still would be worth the question to them to see, because, I mean, you can go back and reanalyze a lot of things if you just have the right records, because again, I do think it's important. I'm 100% supportive of putting this on the ballot for 2022 in November, I believe it is. But I also agree that the more information we can provide will allow our community to be informed and then make a good decision. But without the economic impact, it's hard to get there. And this may be the new normal for us too, moving forward with the rallies, because at the end of the day, if we can't provide adequate staffing for the event, then I think there are other potential models that we could look at. But and it also brings us forward. I heard the chief say, and I'm not clear on this, but I heard the chief say that if we had an outside officer that came here, worked, and got hurt, they would be covered under workers' comp by their agency. And why was I under the impression that it would be covered by us?
It is still covered by us. We don't want them to stack on every injury that the officers ever had.
Okay.
So we're trying to limit it to the days that they're here.
Right. Yeah, I get that. So I just wanted clarification, but I forgot to ask during my earlier comments, but nothing I've heard is going to change my perspective on it, unfortunately. But I would like to see us move forward to try and push this forward.
Yeah, I'll talk to the consultant that we were going to bring forward if the rally went forward. My understanding is that how they generate the information is basically boots on the ground, going through and interacting with different individuals and getting that live data to come up with what that financial impact is. But I will ask them if they can do it with old data.
I'm also wondering if there might be data from other rallies that might be not necessarily specific, but to give our voters an opportunity to, again, have a better educated position on this.
Okay.
So thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Do I have consensus to bring back if there's any reimbursements that the promoter is asking for?
Well, I personally agree. I don't think it's fair. These guys they're trying to fulfill their contract, and we're cutting their contract. So it's.
Can I get Roland's answer?
Roland?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right. So now we'll go to G7.
This item is asking for City Council to consider creating an ad hoc committee for the San Benito County Library and Recreation Community Center. If so, staff is asking if council would like to select 2 members to serve on this ad hoc committee and then bring back recommendations or any necessary actions back to council.
So Vice Mayor Perez requested this.
So actually, I didn't request them to be on one ad hoc committee. I actually requested for the kitchen for the Hoveness to be a subcommittee. And so I don't know if that's an issue here or not. I'm willing to be on one of each. So that's
one of each what?
The ad hoc for the library and the subcommittee for the Hoveness kitchen remodeling.
Wasn't the budget?
It's in the budget, but that's really what, it's all one the same, the community center, because they're using our community center.
Who's using the community center?
The Hoveness.
This is San Benito County Library ad hoc.
Yeah.
Right. And then there's the recreational community center. There's two, should be 2.
Correct.
2
That's what I
different ones.
said.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. Misunderstood.
So originally, did you didn't ask for the library then?
We asked for the library to be an ad hoc committee, and I also asked for the or for the community center kitchen to be a subcommittee. That's what I asked for. That's why I don't know if it's an issue here. Or can we fix this in the a friendly amendment to this, or does it have to come back? I volunteer to be on both of them,
Okay,
unfortunately.
all right. Is there anybody else that wants to be involved in that?
And that will be the subcommittee for the kitchen or for the community center and ad hoc for the county library.
Okay, I think,
Just to confirm.
I think it looks like you're on your own on this one. Okay. You're joining the library one.
So we have Councilmember Morales and Vice Mayor Perez on a library ad hoc, and that's going to be separate from the community center one, but we don't have anyone for that.
That would Mr. Perez.
That'll be me, a subcommittee.
But a subcommittee of one? I didn't.
Force of nature.
Yeah.
Okay, so
Do we have to have a minimum of two?
Well, I mean, I think we approved the budgeting for the improvements already, so I don't, was there something specific you're looking for on this?
Well, getting it done. Okay, you know what? It's okay. If it has to be just an ad hoc with myself.
Well, couldn't we just make it a council liaison position then? You know, it seems like we're talking semantics, maybe.
Yeah.
Let's do that. Yeah, I mean, I'm already the AAA.
Can we do it that way?
I think that's probably fine, given how
Close.
we're agendized in the situation.
Right.
Yes.
Okay.
And I apologize. It looks like the staff report does say that it's two committees. They want two members for each,
No worries.
but I read that wrong. So, but we do have two members for a library ad hoc committee, and that's Councilmember Morales and Vice Mayor Perez.
Okay. Is there consensus on that? Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, we'll go to item H.
Okay, so this item is City Council requested a list of all requested agenda items, work items, going back to January 1st of 22. So included in this item is an attachment that has the council member that requested the item. If we received council consensus to agendize the item in the future, that's what the yes or no column is if we received formal consensus. A description of the item, the department assigned, the date that council requested, which is the meeting date. And then the last column has a completion date, which we've tried to fill in. And the updates of anything that has been completed. So tonight, this is a chance for council to discuss the format of this list, if they want to discuss any items on the list, or I guess give feedback on how you'd like to see it presented in the future.
Okay, Mr. Burns.
Thank you, Mayor. I think it's very helpful. I appreciate it. I know it's an additional layer of work. I would like to maybe refine the process for consensus or for a simple majority, to where maybe we just streamline that for the city manager. I think it would add clarity, and just go down the row and either get a yay or a nay, a yes or a no. And that way, I think it could be quicker, but I also think it might eliminate some of the duplication. And I saw I looked at mine specifically, and there were cases where, I don't know, maybe I've repeated myself multiply, and that's probable. And maybe I didn't get consensus or a simple majority the first time, and I'm persistent. So I ask like a child until I get what I want. Having said that, there's a lot of duplication as I look on the list. And so I think it would be helpful. And if we're clear that there isn't a simple majority or consensus, moving forward, I will have to resolve for myself to quit asking, because at that point, the question's been asked and answered, unless there's a different pattern of facts that maybe would lead the council to a different decision. But I think it's very helpful, and I appreciate the added layer of work that we've asked for the clerk and the city manager to do. And so I appreciate it, because we do need a record of it, because often we're on to the next meeting and the next meeting. I keep a record as well, but I think it's also important because it's public record, and members in the community can see what our interests and concerns are as well. And it also shows the follow through on behalf of the city. So I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Yeah, I might add real quick on the consensus, the kind of the problem, or I would say before this meeting, is if a council member asks for an update, that's something I can do just sending an email. So I wasn't really asking for consensus for updates, but if it was more when I asked for consensus, is when we needed to put an agenda item on. So I think that's kind of deceiving right now for saying that it makes it sound like that the council did not want an update or things like that, but I didn't ask for consensus for that item because I know it was just an update. So I don't know if that column helps or makes it more confusing.
Well, I think when you explain it, if it's for an update, I think that clarifies it. And so in my mind, I don't know if maybe you have, and I hate to say this, I'm just thinking out loud, maybe you have two lists, one for a consensus for future presentations and direction, and one for a simple update. And that way we don't have the cross information. Thank you.
Any other comments?
Can I ask a clarifying question?
Go ahead.
So it sounds like it might be easier to have two lists, one where it has things that council just requested a simple update on, and another list where things have formally been requested by consensus to be agendized. So we can do that. But I was wondering, do you want to get the formal consensus during G2, like when it's the city manager's turn, the way he did tonight, where he says, so do we have consensus on this? That way it's all open and clear for me as well, or the city clerk.
I think that's exactly what the conversation is. 'Cause I did see some things say no, and I'm thinking, I know we all wanted that information. So you're exactly right. It was more informational back to us. And I think to help in that, when you do state those questions of the consensus, to bring it back or for information, so it's we get that information and we don't have to have that conversation again. We close it up, because there's multiple things that are repeating itself through here.
Right. And that'll be another question. How long, once it's completed, how long do you want it? Do you want this list to stay this way? Or do you want completed items dropped off? I mean, it would be under this section, it says unfinished business. So, but that's up to the council.
Yeah, I think you keep a record of it, but you make sure it's completed.
Yeah.
And it drops to the bottom. So the newer unfinished items are on top, and completed are down at the bottom, and we have the information for the year, what happened, because a year goes by, we forget. Time goes by pretty darn quick, but we can say, oh, we talked about this date, and it helps jog our memory. Oh, you're right, we already did talk about this.
Okay, not a problem.
So it could be a formatting issue. The top could be informational, the middle could be agenda items, and the last section of that could be completed items.
Yeah.
That way you don't have to do multiple sheets, and it's a lot more work on staff.
I like that plan.
Whatever way works.
It could be different colors. Updates are yellow.
Yeah.
Another one's blue. One last question. I think I just lost it. Oh yeah, repeats. So if a council member asks for something at one meeting, and then at another meeting, a different council member asks for something that's pretty much the same, do I leave that off the list because it's essentially a repeat? Or would you like to see the repeats so that way you know who asked and how many times? Or
Well,
that's something I wasn't sure about.
Yeah, and sometimes Tim acts like a child and keeps going at it. You set it up for me. Come on, Tim. But I think the point he's making and others is if it's the same topic, the name could be under it to kind of remind us what date it was.
Okay.
And maybe we didn't get the clear answer we were looking for at the time, but it helps keep like say Tim asked for it in January and Rick asked for it in March. Was it completed in February and we forgot? Those types of things.
So try to eliminate unnecessary duplicates.
Right, because sometimes we do that. We all do. I know I've done it. We bring up the same thing a few times, even though we've taken care of it. And looking at the list, you can see it. It's like, oh, yeah, we took care of that. Take care of that.
This was our first time, so we weren't sure if you would rather be super specific or if you wanted us to kind of condense it, but it makes sense what you're saying.
I thought you guys did a good job at pulling together, and it's going to help us go through it and then make sure we close them all off.
Yeah, and I will say this was the first draft and we went through and there's, this was already sent to council, but there were numerous other items completed since then.
And I think just to be helpful, as you point out, the no's didn't mean we didn't support something. It's just it was more informational. So maybe you can complete that, and being that it's still on the list, give the information one more time. If so, we can go through it and then write completed or informational completed.
Yeah, like I said, we went through this and there were more things completed because most of the informational stuff was sent out. The city clerk wasn't included in the email, so it wasn't taken off our list, but we've got it ironed out. And I think as we go forward, we'll get it nice and cleaned up.
Yeah. So, all right. Any other questions? Does that give you good direction?
Yes, that makes
Okay.
sense. Thank you.
Do we have any speaker cards?
We have no speakers on this item.
Can't believe the audience flaked out on us. What happens to everybody at this time? You think they'd be with us? All right.
I'm still here.
You're still there. Okay, you're hanging in there. Okay, I, J, and K, there is no business. Is there a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
There's a motion and a second. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Resendez,
Yes.
Councilmember Morales.
Yes.
Councilmember Burns,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Perez.
Yes.
Mayor Velasquez.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
Thank you and good night, everyone. Good morning.